Hello everyone, and welcome back to Haunted Sleep. I know many of you tune in to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, so before you settle in, I'd love for each of you to leave a comment sharing where in the world you're listening from. And if you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to give a like and subscribe to the channel. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. This story isn't mine, it's my mother's. She's happy to share her experience as a warning to anyone tempted to perform a seance. None of this has been made up, although some details might be slightly off due to how I remember it. The events took place a few weeks after my grandmother's suicide. My mother, Jennifer, not her real name, was only 18 years old at the time. She was devastated and staying with 7 of her closest friends, 3 boys and 4 girls. One night, one of her more daring friends, David, convinced her to hold a seance to try to contact her mother, Margaret. Jennifer was hesitant but eventually agreed. David set up a small table in the middle of the dining room, lit a single white candle as the only light source, and gathered everyone around to hold hands. As they began, something strange happened. One of Jennifer's friends, Julia, became possessed. Whatever had taken over Julia claimed to be Jennifer's mother, but everyone could tell this wasn't Margaret. The energy in the room felt dark and menacing, radiating pure evil. Julia's face twisted into a horrifying expression, her eyes clouding over, and a bone-chilling smile spread across her lips. When she spoke, her voice was deep, guttural, and inhuman. Despite this, the entity spoke with eerie confidence, recalling intimate details about Margaret, things only Jennifer and her mother would have known. The group was frozen in fear as it described these personal details, leaving everyone nauseated and deeply uneasy. Terrified, they begged David to end the seance and make it leave. Instead, the entity abruptly stood up and tried to move. David and another friend, John, jumped up to restrain it, but its strength was inhuman. It violently thrashed against their grip, forcing the 2 men to use all their strength to hold it down. Overwhelmed with terror, Jennifer bolted from the house, running to the car in the middle of the night to find a priest. It was 4 a.m. Meanwhile, David, John, and the rest of the group were left behind to pin down the thrashing entity as the others huddled in a corner, screaming. When Jennifer returned with the priest, the chaos inside the house hadn't stopped. The priest immediately ordered everyone out, warning that the house was infested with evil and not safe. Jennifer rushed upstairs to grab her grandfather, and led him and the others far from the house while the priest performed an exorcism. Only David and John stayed inside to keep the entity restrained. As the exorcism progressed, Julia regained consciousness. She had no memory of what had happened, only recalling starting the seance and then blacking out. After the entity was expelled, the priest began cleansing the house, sprinkling holy water in every room while reciting prayers. In some areas, the water sizzled as it made contact with the surfaces, further proving the presence of something sinister. Once the house was fully cleansed and blessed, the group was allowed back inside. Shaken and traumatized, they all agreed to stay at a hotel that night. To this day, Jennifer has never touched a Ouija board or performed another seance. She often warns my brother and me about the dangers of such practices. It took her 36 years to muster the courage to tell me about that night, and even now, the memory haunts her. I hope this story serves as a warning. Seances are not games, and without proper precautions or guidance, they can open doors to things far beyond our understanding. My name is Amanda, and I'm 17 years old. When I was younger, around 7 or 8, I often experienced strange things in my house. Whenever I was home alone, I would hear footsteps upstairs. It terrified me because it felt like someone was in the house. I'd also hear whispers or movements coming from the walls. At the time, I didn't know what to think. My parents always reassured me, saying I was imagining things or that the noises were coming from the neighbors since their house was attached to ours. These incidents happened in Scotland, where I was born and lived for 13 years before moving to New Zealand. After the move, I didn't think about those experiences much until something strange happened about 6 months ago. It was a Wednesday morning, and I was home alone, getting ready for university. I was drying my hair when a CD, which had been sitting flat on top of my TV, suddenly flew off and hit me. It didn't leave a mark, but it hit me with enough force to feel deliberate. I immediately checked to see if the hairdryer might have caused it, but it didn't make sense. The CD had been lying flat, not hanging off the edge, and the TV was a good couple of meters away. There was no way it could have fallen naturally and hit me with that kind of force. The experience unsettled me, but I tried to brush it off. Then, exactly a week later, also on a Wednesday morning while I was home alone, something else happened. I was straightening my hair and listening to music when one of my Winnie the Pooh teddies from when I was little fell off the TV. It was the same TV the CD had come from. There were no open windows or drafts in the room. Everything was still. At this point, I started connecting the dots. These things only ever happened when I was alone. I shared what I'd experienced with my parents and friends, but they thought I was imagining it or overreacting. It frustrated me because I knew what I saw, and I couldn't explain it logically. A few months before these events, something else odd happened. My dog started barking loudly in the hallway. She barks often, so at first I didn't think much of it, but this time, she seemed particularly distressed. She stood at the end of the hallway, barking at something at the opposite end, completely focused. When I looked, there was nothing there, no windows for her to see someone outside, no sounds or movements to explain her reaction. She wouldn't stop barking, though, which unnerved me. I've heard that dogs can sense or see spirits, and this made me wonder if that was what she was reacting to. Reflecting on all these incidents, I can't help but wonder, could there be a ghost in my house? Or am I reading too much into these events? The timing, the objects moving without explanation, and my dog's behavior all feel connected somehow. But without clear answers, it's hard to say. What do you think? Could these experiences point to something paranormal? Or am I just overthinking it all? Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I've had sleep paralysis before, many years ago when I was younger, but I couldn't recall much about it, just the feeling. However, in the last 2 months, I've had 2 very vivid experiences that brought those memories flooding back. I'm a 25-year-old man living in Rotorua, New Zealand. For the past 3 months, I've been living alone in a house I've owned for about 4 years. Both experiences happened while I was home alone. The first incident occurred on a rainy night. I went to bed as usual and had a vivid dream. In the dream, I was outside my house with a friend, about to walk down the alleyway across the street from my room. My friend went ahead, and as I was about to follow, I suddenly lost all energy. I collapsed at the entrance of the alley and felt myself fading, everything turning black. Then, in the dream, I felt as though I was spiraling downward in complete darkness. The sensation continued until I fell into my bed, and that's when I woke up, completely paralyzed. This wasn't the typical pressure on the chest paralysis you often hear about. Instead, I felt a distinct presence in the room. After some effort, I managed to break free from the paralysis and sat up, instinctively looking toward the alleyway I had dreamt about. I can't explain why, maybe because the dream had felt so real. When I glanced back into my room, I noticed something unusual, a circular, colored light orb floating in the corner. I watched, frozen, as it moved closer and closer until it seemed to float directly into me. The moment it made contact, I was paralyzed again. This time, I was half sitting up, completely unable to move. I could still see my surroundings, including the window, but my body refused to respond. Freaked out, I struggled to speak, finally managing to whisper, "Get away from me!" Shortly after, the paralysis lifted. As I regained control, I noticed what looked like smoke swirling upward toward the ceiling. It eventually dissipated, and I managed to go back to sleep, though uneasily. This experience made me reflect on something that had happened earlier that day. I'd had a wild night out, drinking heavily at a strip club, and ended up going home with an older woman I wouldn't normally associate with. I felt ashamed about it afterward. It was completely out of character for me. Part of me wondered if I'd invited some sort of negative energy or spirit into my life by engaging in something I knew I shouldn't have. The second experience happened 2 weeks later. I'd spent the afternoon at home, listening to music on YouTube and downloading tracks. That day, I stumbled upon a dark genre of hip-hop called horrorcore. I downloaded a mixtape that was particularly disturbing and demonic, not my usual taste, but I'd been curious. That night, I went to bed early. I don't remember dreaming, but I woke up paralyzed, lying on my side. Just before waking, I had a similar sensation to the first incident, the spiraling, falling feeling. This time, it felt like my bed was shaking violently, as though in an earthquake, and I was about to be tipped out. But when I fully woke up, I hadn't moved at all. Breaking free from the paralysis was a struggle. I focused on moving my fingers, but even that took immense effort. My hips felt like they were spasming, and I sensed an unsettling, negative presence in the room. I thought I saw faint smoke again, but it wasn't as obvious as during the first experience. I got up, turned on the light, and checked the room. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. Too scared to go back to sleep, I turned on the TV to distract myself. As I sat there, I couldn't help but think about the music I'd listened to earlier. Had I unintentionally attracted or invited something into my home? Both experiences left me shaken and questioning. Could these events have been purely sleep paralysis, or was there more to them? The vividness of the dreams, the orb, the smoke, and the overwhelming sense of a presence made them feel more than just a physical phenomenon. I can't help but wonder if my actions, listening to dark music or engaging in behavior I later regretted, might have opened some door I didn't mean to. I haven't had any further experiences since, but I still feel uneasy at night, particularly when alone. I'm trying to make sense of it all and figure out whether it was something spiritual, psychological, or a combination of both. The events of December 14, 2003, remain etched in my memory. It was the start of the most terrifying month of my life. Though a month may seem short, living through it felt endless. I was 14 at the time, staying with my grandparents, as I often did on weekends. Normally, my younger sister Jess, 18 months my junior, would stay with me in our shared room there. But this time, she decided to stay home, leaving me alone. At just after 5 a.m., I woke up for no apparent reason. I wasn't groggy or disoriented. Instead, I was wide awake and inexplicably nervous. The first hints of dawn were creeping through the window, and I tried to take comfort in the growing light. For a few minutes, I lay there watching the clock on the wall, telling myself I was being silly. I decided to roll over and go back to sleep. But the moment I tried to move, my entire body froze. I couldn't move a muscle. A crushing pressure settled on my chest, making it difficult to breathe. I was bewildered and scared, unsure of what was happening. The sensation lasted only a few seconds before it disappeared as suddenly as it came. Shaken, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks. But before I could even fully process it, the pressure returned. This time, there was no doubting its reality. I stared at the space over my chest, but there was nothing there, just empty air. Yet, the weight on my chest grew heavier, pushing me deeper into the mattress until I could hear the bed springs creaking. The pressure was unbearable, and I feared my ribs might break. I desperately wanted to call out but found myself unable to make a sound. Then, to my horror, a small, red, impish creature materialized above me. It crouched on my chest, its face twisted into an insane grin as it laughed at me. I could feel it trying to push its way inside me, as if it wanted to take control. The feeling it radiated was unlike anything I'd ever experienced, a sickening combination of anger, hatred, and pure evil. If hell could be felt as an emotion, this was it. I couldn't move, but I fought back mentally, trying to push it out. The imp became more aggressive, and the pain in my chest intensified. Its influence began to seep into me, flooding me with emotions that weren't mine, blinding rage and an overwhelming urge to kill. The urge didn't discriminate. It didn't matter who or what. I just felt compelled to destroy. But deep down, I knew these feelings weren't mine. This was the imp trying to overpower me. That realization gave me the strength to fight harder. I summoned every ounce of willpower I had, pushing back with my mind. I could communicate with it telepathically, and I told it in no uncertain terms that it wouldn't win. I refused to back down. Slowly, agonizingly, I willed myself to sit up, inch by inch. The effort left me breathless, but I wouldn't give up. Finally, I sat upright, and the imp let out an ear-piercing scream before vanishing into thin air. The moment it disappeared, the pressure lifted, and I could move freely again. I sat there, trembling and drained, too terrified to go back to sleep. I got out of bed and went to the lounge, turning on the TV to distract myself. About half an hour later, my grandparents woke up. They were surprised to see me awake, dressed, and ready to go so early. I'm definitely not a morning person. They were even more shocked when I volunteered to join them at the Saturday morning market. The truth was, I didn't want to stay in the house alone. I was exhausted, but there was no way I was risking another encounter by falling asleep. Even now, the memory of that night chills me. It was just the beginning of a month filled with strange and unsettling experiences, but it remains the most vivid. To this day, I can still feel the imp's twisted grin and the suffocating weight of its presence. I live in a small town in South Taranaki, New Zealand. I've always lived here, and from a young age, I've seen and felt things that seemed slightly out of the ordinary. The earliest memories go back to when I was about 5 or 6 years old. I would wake up at night and see things. For years, I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination or dreams lingering after waking, but now that I'm 22 and it still happens, I know that's not the case. The first time I remember something unusual, it was like when you stare at a light bulb and see its shape imprinted in your vision. Only, instead of a bulb, I saw squares, each one with a face inside. The faces looked like they were crying out in pain, though I don't recall hearing any voices. I was terrified. I sat up in bed, sobbing, and no matter where I looked, even when I closed my eyes, the faces were still there. Even when my mom came into my room to comfort me, they didn't go away for several minutes. Not long after that, maybe a month or two later, I woke up one night and saw my mom walking into my room. But something felt wrong. It wasn't her. She walked to my bedside and leaned toward me before vanishing. It happened twice more, and then it started appearing as my younger brother. He would walk into my room, stand by my bed, and disappear. This continued for about 10 minutes, with it alternating between looking like my mom and my brother. I never said a word, and neither did it. I just lay in bed, too scared to move or look away. Since those experiences, I've always been afraid of the dark. In every house I've lived in, I've felt different presences. Most of them made me feel unsettled. Many times I've woken up to find myself looking directly at a spirit. These ones seem calm, and I don't feel scared of them. In the last house we rented, I saw at least 3 spirits, an old lady and 2 old men. One of the men had a disfigured face, with scars or burns running down the right side, and he was missing an eye. I realized later that when I saw him, I simply looked at him, rolled over, and went back to sleep. I wasn't even startled or waiting for him to disappear. The second man appeared as I woke during the night, and the old lady I glimpsed on my way to the bathroom. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her sitting at the kitchen table in the dark. When I looked back, she was gone. These encounters made me realize I've grown more accepting of spirits, and don't fear them as much as I used to. The ones that make me uncomfortable, I don't see, I just feel them. About 2 years ago, in a flat I was living in, there was one presence that made me so uneasy I couldn't sleep until my partner got home from work. I felt strongly that it was a man, and he gave off an angry and dangerous energy. The flat was small, so there was nowhere to escape from the feeling of him. I could sense him watching me at night, standing by my bed and leaning over me. Sometimes, I even felt as though he touched my hair or face, though I tried to convince myself I was imagining it because the thought was too frightening. I felt him everywhere, behind me while I sat at the computer, standing in the doorway as I watched TV, and even in the bathroom when I showered. I would constantly pop my head out of the shower, convinced someone was in the room with me. The energy he carried was overwhelming and impossible to ignore. This story takes me back to my childhood. I grew up in a house that was over 100 years old. It looked every bit as spooky as it felt. The yard was large and filled with old trees, their branches constantly creaking and scraping against the tin roof when the wind blew. The weatherboards were rotting, and the tin on the roof would bang loudly during storms. To get hot water, we had to keep a coal range burning day and night, which made eerie sounds as the hot water flowed through the pipes. The house sat right next to a river, and just across the water was the local cemetery. Even as a kid, just looking at the place gave me the creeps. Strange things were a regular occurrence there. I would constantly see cats out of the corner of my eye, not just once or twice, but all day, every day. Strange noises echoed through the house, and nighttime was terrifying. My first encounter in the house happened when I was about 3 or 4 years old, during the first visit before we bought it. We had finished looking around, and everyone headed out the front door to get in the car. I was the last one to reach the door when it slammed shut in front of me. Maybe my brother closed it on me, or maybe it slammed on its own. I couldn't tell. I was too short to reach the lock, so I jumped up and down, panicking and trying to open it. Everyone else had already climbed into the car, leaving me inside. Just as I was starting to get really scared, the old lady who owned the house appeared. She smiled kindly and unlocked the door for me. I didn't waste a second. I sprinted to the car yelling, "Thank you," to the lady as I ran. Looking back, I always wondered how she appeared so suddenly and why no one else saw her. One of the scariest incidents happened when I was about 6 or 7. I was in the second sitting room when I saw my brother walk past, open the door, and head into the dining room. I called out to him and followed, but he didn't respond. He just kept walking, closing the door behind him. I thought it was strange, but I opened the door and called to him again. To my shock, he walked through the kitchen door, without opening it. I froze for a moment, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. I thought maybe I'd blinked and missed him opening it, so I followed him into the kitchen. But no one was there. The only other room was the bathroom, so I knocked on the door. My other brother answered, saying he was the only one inside. My stomach dropped and I yelled, "I just saw a ghost!" before running to the main lounge where my family was. As I ran, my brother in the bathroom called after me, "Wait for me!" When I asked the brother I thought I saw if he had been in the dining room or kitchen, he said no. Everyone else confirmed he hadn't been there either. After my 2 oldest brothers moved to live with our dad, the house became even more intense. My younger brother and I fought a lot, and whenever things got heated, objects would fly off the shelves. Once, a heavy pot plant flew across the room, spilling soil everywhere. Other times, boxes of toys or other random items would crash to the floor. It always seemed to happen right before we started physically fighting. Later in life, after I moved in with my dad, I would have strange visions of the house, almost as if it were calling me back. I would tell myself there was no way I'd ever return, but somehow, I always found myself back there. This happened more than once. Over time, my feelings about the house changed. It no longer scared me. Instead, it felt brighter, more welcoming, and I grew to love it. We eventually sold the house a few years ago. Despite everything, I miss it. It became a place I cherished, and its unique, spooky charm will always stay with me. My story starts almost from the time I was born. My family has always been deeply spiritual, with many of them experiencing psychic events or paranormal encounters. Because of this, ghostly experiences have been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. We've moved around a lot, but all within the same city. People might think I just had an overactive imagination as a child. but my first real encounter happened when I was about 6 years old. My older brother had a creepy, distorted Halloween mask that scared me to death. I refused to go near it, but my family didn't take my fear seriously. One night, as I was trying to fall asleep in the bedroom I shared with my brother, I felt an urge to look toward the walk-in closet. When I turned, I froze. Standing in the doorway was a tall, black, shadowy figure, about 6 feet tall, wearing that horrifying mask. The figure was draped in what looked like a long black robe, similar to something the Grim Reaper might wear. It just hovered there in the doorway. I couldn't see hands, feet, or any features, but its presence was overwhelming. Terrified, I stared at it for what felt like forever, though it was probably only about 10 seconds. Summoning all my courage, I rolled over, shut my eyes tightly, and hoped it would disappear. After what felt like hours, I turned back to look, and thankfully, the figure was gone. The closet was empty. Shaking with fear, I jumped out of bed, ran to my mom's room, and cried. I was only 6 years old at the time, so the whole experience left me shaken for days. Although other strange things happened while we lived in that house, nothing ever scared me as much as that night. We eventually moved out in 2007. Things got stranger when we moved into our third home, just a block away from the old house. By then, I was 10 years old and more aware of the paranormal. I even found myself interested in it. This house was very different. It was modern and located right next to a protected forest, which my mom loved. But our family was going through a rough time, which made the move feel bittersweet. I noticed strange things happening almost immediately. My friend and I often went to the house after school while my family was still busy moving in. We'd hear loud noises as if someone else was inside, banging, footsteps, doors slamming, and scraping sounds. When we told my mom, she brushed it off, saying we were imagining things. The activity only escalated. We heard footsteps upstairs even when no one was there. Lights and taps would turn on and off by themselves. My toys were frequently moved from their places, and all of us caught glimpses of shadows moving quickly through the house. The strangest incident happened when my mom was in my room putting away laundry. Out of nowhere, a large bubble floated down from the ceiling. It seemed to materialize out of thin air. Stunned, my mom called my brother to grab a camera and take photos, but we could never explain what it was. It looked like an orb but was clear and visible to the naked eye as a bubble. As time passed, life became harder for my family. We went bankrupt, lost our business, our car, and eventually the house. There were constant fights, growing negativity, and even suicide attempts in the family. I couldn't help but feel like the energy in the house had something to do with it. Maybe we attracted new entities, or maybe the ones from before became stronger. When we moved again, just another block away, I was 12 years old. This time, the house was an old wooden structure built in the early 1900s. By then, I was fully aware of the paranormal and even studied it as a hobby. The activity followed us to the new house and seemed even stronger. We've identified multiple entities. 2 seem to be poltergeists. One of them acts like a child, playing tricks and hiding important items. The other appears as a completely black older man, whom I've seen several times. My mom has also sensed animal spirits in the house. I've seen 2 myself, a large black dog, which moved past me too quickly to see its face, and a black cat, which I felt brush against my leg. The cat seemed more like a friendly family pet. The activity in our house is now part of daily life. Lights flicker, appliances turn on and off, footsteps echo, and muffled voices can sometimes be heard. Shadows appear in quick flashes, almost like they're darting out of sight. Lately, I feel like the entities have been focusing more on me. My radio turns on at random times, and I often catch glimpses of figures out of the corner of my eye. I've also started hearing faint whispers and breathing that I can't quite make out. At night, I feel a presence in my room, and I often sense something pressing against my legs, like a cat kneading the bed. Sometimes I even hear faint purring. My mom has had similar experiences, though hers are much more vivid, perhaps because she's more open and attuned to the spiritual world. Oddly, these entities can be helpful at times. They turn off lights we've forgotten and give us subtle nudges to check on things. They don't feel threatening, and their energy is calm and peaceful. We've learned to live alongside them, and they've become a normal part of our lives. It all started when I moved into an old villa, built in the early 1900s. I was 7 years old, and my younger brother, who was 5 at the time, and I were thrilled. Shortly after we moved in, my dad began renovating the house. He extended my room, which we called the sunroom because it was at the far end of the house where sunlight poured in all day. He also built a new kitchen, added bathrooms, and constructed a large deck in the backyard with a fish pond at the far end. Our family also welcomed a new dog, a big, fluffy German shepherd named Norman. Not long after we moved in, strange things started happening. Some of the earliest incidents I don't remember myself, but my mom told me about them later. While my room was being renovated, I shared a room with my brother. One night, my mom woke up to the sound of us having a conversation. Thinking we were awake past bedtime, she came in to tell us to go to sleep. But we didn't respond. Instead, we kept talking in our sleep. "There he is," I said. "He's coming." Then my brother joined in, saying, "The man is here." My mom thought it was odd and woke us up, assuming we'd had bad dreams. Another strange occurrence involved my mom directly. One night, she woke up to the sound of footsteps walking around her bed. When she opened her eyes, she saw a short, black shadow with glowing green eyes staring back at her. Panicked, she lashed out at it, waking my dad, who was confused. He dismissed it as a bad dream. What made it even weirder was that minutes later, my brother ran into their room, saying he'd just seen E.T. standing by his bed. The first paranormal experience I remember happened when I was about 10. By then, my room had been renovated. It was a still, moonless night, and my room was pitch black. I woke up to the sound of footsteps slowly walking into my room and around my bed. When I opened my eyes, I saw a blonde-haired boy with blue eyes kneeling beside my bed. He stared at me, smiling, surrounded by a white glow so bright it hurt my eyes. I was frozen with fear, unable to move. Eventually, I managed to pull the blanket over my head and lay there, heart racing, hoping he would go away. After a few minutes, the room was quiet again. Even Norman, our dog, seemed to sense something in the house. He would often sit in front of the old fireplace, staring intently at the mantelpiece, as if watching something invisible. Waving a hand in front of his eyes wouldn't distract him. I always wondered if he could see something we couldn't. My mom experienced even more entities. She saw a tall man wearing a top hat, a girl with unnaturally large eyes and long brown hair, and small children playing on her window seat. The scariest experience for me was something I couldn't see but could only hear. One night, after getting into bed and turning off the light, I noticed a sound. It was heavy breathing. It grew louder and louder, sending chills down my spine. I was convinced someone was in the room, hiding under the bed or in the closet. Too scared to move, I called out to my parents. My dad came in and sat with me, listening. But while he was there, the sound stopped. He told me it was probably the water pipes and tucked me back into bed. Feeling comforted, I relaxed, until the breathing started again the moment he left. This time, it was deep and raspy, as if whoever it was struggled to breathe. It was terrifying. Even my friends were scared of the house. One evening, I had 3 friends over, and we were playing in the garden at dusk. I ran inside to grab drinks, and when I came back, their happy faces had turned to fear. They told me they'd heard someone say, "Hello?" When I asked what the voice sounded like, they said it was a small child, coming from the shrubs near the pond. There was also poltergeist activity. One evening, as I sat by the fire with my mom, we heard a noise in the kitchen. We turned to see a plastic water jug hovering above the counter for a few seconds before it fell to the floor with a loud crash. We just looked at each other, saying nothing. By then, we were used to such things. The strangest event happened when I was about 16. My brother and I decided to camp outside with our sleeping bags to look at the stars. The night was clear, and we noticed the moon looked strange. It had an unusual glow. As we watched, the glow grew brighter, and the top of the moon seemed to ripple like fire. Then, to our shock, what we thought was the moon shot off into the sky at incredible speed. To this day, we have no idea what it was. Over the 11 years we lived in that house, my family and I experienced countless strange and terrifying things. In the end, we had to move because my parents decided to separate. Just a week after their announcement, our dog Norman died of cancer, and our cat was found dead in the garden. It felt like the end of an era. The house was sold to a family with 2 children and a baby. I still drive past it sometimes and wonder if they've experienced anything paranormal. I guess I'll never know. My name's Casey. I'm 24 years old, and this is my first time sharing a story. I have a feeling it won't be my last. I'm from New Zealand, and my family has strong ties to our Maori heritage. Both my parents are descendants of Maori ancestors, so we really embrace that side of our culture. When I was about 14, we moved into a cozy house. At first, everything was great, but 6 months to a year later, strange things started happening. My younger sister, who's 2 years younger than me, felt it the most. One night, she was baking biscuits for our mom around 9:30 or 10 p.m. Just as she was about to put them in the oven, she felt someone tap her on the shoulder, like an actual, solid tap. Freaked out, she ran straight to my room, asking if I could stay up with her. I said no, and that was the end of that. She left and went to bed, too scared to finish baking. Another time, my dad was sleeping in my room when he felt someone tugging on his big toe. He thought one of us kids was playing a prank, but when he opened his eyes, no one was there. The strangest thing happened to my youngest brother, who was only 4 at the time. He was playing in my parents' room while my dad was in the bath, which was directly across the hallway. My brother said he saw a dark hand motioning for him to come into my room, the same room where my dad's toe got tugged. He refused and told my dad. Even now, at 14, he still remembers it. My sister also experienced sleep paralysis frequently. She'd wake up unable to move and feel like something was taking over her body. She described it as feeling evil, and it scared her so much that she'd often ask to sleep in my room. Even when she did, we'd end up staying awake all night because she was too afraid to fall asleep. Strangely, even though we've moved out of that house, she says it still happens sometimes. Things eventually got out of hand. My dad started yelling at the entities because he began seeing dark shadowy figures in the hallway. That's when we decided to bring in a Maori group to bless the house. After they left, everything felt brighter. Literally, the lighting in the house seemed lighter. One of the women in the group began vomiting when she approached a picture in the hallway, saying the entities were hiding behind it. Although nothing directly happened to me in that house, I've started experiencing strange things recently. One time, while watching TV, I felt a hand grab the back of my head. I turned around, but no one was there. Then, about a month ago, my uncle and 2 cousins came to stay. We all slept in the lounge, my uncle on one side, my cousins in the middle, and me on the other side of the mattress. I was in a deep sleep when I felt a hand grab my butt. Startled, I turned around, thinking it might have been my uncle. But he was fast asleep, and there was no way he could have reached me because his arm couldn't stretch that far. I told my sister and dad about it, but they just laughed. A few days later, the same hand grabbed the back of my head again. I'm not scared, but I don't know what's going on or why it's happening all of a sudden. My family teases me about it, saying I have a new friend, or something like that. My mum has always called me a crystal baby, meaning I'm deeply spiritual and have a natural connection with the paranormal. I've had many experiences with the supernatural, and my journey with it started when I was just a baby. I was born in 1994, and I wasn't even 9 months old when strange things began to happen. my mom and I moved into an old-looking house that was just the right size for the two of us. The house had a unique layout. When you walked in, you went up a set of stairs into the conservatory. At the far right end was a small toilet, and next to it, on the left, was the laundry room. To the left of the laundry room was the door into the main house. You'd step directly into the kitchen, and from there, the lounge was on the left. The lounge had an old log burner set into the wall, surrounded by bricks spaced about a foot apart. At the far end of the lounge was a sitting room where we kept the computer and PlayStation. If you went back to the kitchen and faced the opposite way, there was a door leading to a hallway. On the right was the bathroom, and down the hall, my mom's room was on the left, and mine was on the right. There was another door at the end of the hallway that led outside, but we hardly ever used it. When I was just a baby in my cot, my mom told me she started noticing strange things. She'd often be outside in the garden, which was right under my bedroom window. Every so often, she'd glance up at the window to check on me. My curtains would be closed, but one day, she saw a figure sitting on the windowsill. Panicked, she rushed into my room, but no one was there. However, the curtain was pushed in, as if someone had been sitting there. At first, my mom tried to brush it off, thinking she was imagining things, but it happened repeatedly. It wasn't until her cousin Kelly came to visit that someone else saw it too. They were outside working in the garden when they both saw the figure on the windowsill. My mum turned to Kelly and said, "Tell me you saw that. I'm not going crazy." Kelly nodded silently, too stunned to speak. After that, they were too scared to go back inside the house for a while. When I was about 1 or 2, something else happened. My mum was taking a shower while I was in the lounge watching TV, like most little kids. Suddenly, she heard someone calling out to her. She thought it might be someone at the door, so she called out to me. "Tiff, is someone at the door?" I said, "No." She heard the voice again and got out of the shower to check, but no one else was home. Things like this became common. Voices would call out to us, objects would move, and blankets would look as though someone had sat on them, even when no one was there. These things scared my mom, though they didn't bother me much as a child. Looking back, they definitely freak me out now. My mom also told me that between the ages of 2 and 4, I loved throwing tea parties. I'd sit there talking away, and my mom would watch me curiously. When she asked who I was talking to, I described them in detail, their clothes, what they looked like, everything. It wasn't just imaginary friends, it was as if I could actually see them. I also loved playing outside in the backyard. One day, my mum noticed me walking around the yard with my hand in the air, as though I was holding someone's pinky finger, the way little kids often do. She said it looked so real, like I was walking hand in hand with someone she couldn't see. When I was 11 years old, my family and I moved to Kawerau, a small town in the Bay of Plenty. We rented a house there that had been built in the late 1980s. At first, we were excited. It was a relatively new house, and we were looking forward to settling in. On the first day, we noticed the house felt cold and empty. We didn't think much of it, assuming it was because we had just moved in and hadn't unpacked yet. The next day, we brought our 3 outgoing cats home from the cattery. These cats were used to moving and had always adjusted quickly to new homes. But this time, something was different. As soon as we let them out of their cages, instead of exploring, they all hid. At first, we thought they were just unsettled from their time in the cattery. But a week passed, and they were still hiding. They started refusing to eat and became increasingly skittish. One of the cats even turned aggressive, which was completely out of character. About a month after moving in, strange things began to happen. My brothers and I started feeling an overwhelming urge to run whenever we walked down the hallway from the bedrooms to the lounge. The entire family grew more stressed and irritable, snapping at each other over the smallest things. Then we began seeing a dark shadow moving along the hallway, heading from the bedrooms towards the living area. My stepdad was so convinced there was someone in the house that he got up several times at night armed with a cricket bat to check. After 3 months, things escalated. Electrical problems became frequent, appliances burned out, and light fittings stopped working. My older brother began complaining about hearing whispering in his ears at night while trying to sleep. One night, my mum was startled awake by the same whispering. When she opened her eyes, she saw two kids standing at the end of her bed, whispering to each other. As time passed, the house felt increasingly tense. Family members accused each other of moving their belongings, leading to constant arguments. Doors started slamming shut in our faces, and lights would be mysteriously turned on when we returned home at night, causing even more conflict. By this point, the cats avoided the house entirely. They'd stay outside for days and refused to come in even when they returned. After 8 months, my mom and stepdad finally saved enough money to buy their own house, and we moved out. Almost immediately, things improved. The cats returned to their usual, outgoing selves, and our family dynamics went back to normal. It was like a weight had been lifted. A couple of years later, my mum ran into the property manager for the old house and asked how it was. The manager said the house was fine but mentioned that tenants never stayed for longer than a few months. My name is AJ, and I'm 13 years old. So far, I've had 2 paranormal experiences that I can clearly remember. The first one happened when I was about 6 or 7 years old. At the time, I was living with my mother in Newlands, Wellington, New Zealand. My parents had divorced when I was 3. The house we moved into was about 50 years old. At first, everything seemed fine. Sure, the house creaked and groaned a little, but that was to be expected with an older home. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night with an odd feeling, like someone was watching me. I sat up and saw something tall and black dart out of my room. It startled me, but I shrugged it off and went back to sleep. The next morning, my mum asked me why I'd gone downstairs in the middle of the night. Confused, I told her. I didn't get out of bed. She looked puzzled and said she'd heard the fridge door open and close. Maybe the ghost was hungry. For the next few days, we didn't think much of it. But then, we both started hearing voices at night when we were in bed. We didn't talk about it often, but it went on for about 4 weeks. One evening, I was watching Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets in my room. My mum had gone to bed early, so I stayed up to finish the movie. I must have fallen asleep with the TV on because I woke up around 2 a.m. to see the black shadow dart out of my room again. This time, the TV was off. The next morning, I told my mum the whole story. She said she'd been asleep the entire time and hadn't turned off the TV. From that day on, I believed in ghosts and spirits. My friends and I now jokingly call it the TV ghost. My second paranormal experience was much more intense. It happened 2 years ago, on March 5, 2010. I remember the date so well because this wasn't just a harmless ghost, it was something else entirely. By this time, I was living with my dad in Kelson, Lower Hutt, Wellington. One night, I was woken by a loud bang in my room. My dad heard it too and rushed in to check on me. He asked what had happened, but I had no idea. When he turned on the light, we found my clay cat, a piece I had made in art class when I was 6, smashed all over the floor. My dad thought I must have accidentally kicked it off the table at the foot of my bed in my sleep. The next night, I started hearing footsteps running up and down the stairs. My dad, being a heavy sleeper, didn't hear them. This went on for weeks, and I found myself lying awake at night, too scared to sleep. Eventually, the noises stopped, and I could finally rest again. But then March 5th arrived. That night, I was asleep when I heard the floorboards creak. My cat, Elwood, was on my bed at the time. I watched as he slowly backed away from the side of the bed and began hissing. Suddenly, something grabbed me with incredible force and yanked me off the bed. I shrieked, and whatever it was let go, dropping me onto the floor. My dad came rushing in and found me lying on the ground. He asked what had happened, and I told him something had lifted me and thrown me off the bed. Being skeptical of the paranormal, he assumed I'd accidentally rolled off in my sleep. I glanced back at the bed and realized Elwood was gone. About a week later, Elwood returned after Dad had let him outside one morning. He seemed hungry and visibly distressed about coming back into the house. That was 2 years ago, and thankfully, nothing strange has happened since. It was a bizarre and terrifying experience, but I've moved on. If anything else ever happens, I'll be sure to share it here. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My name is AJ, and I'm currently studying for a Bachelor of Nursing. During our first year, we were assigned to a rest home for placement to learn new skills by interacting with patients and nurses. Each of us was assigned one patient to care for during our time there. My patient was Mr. X, not his real name, to protect his privacy. Rest homes can be eerie, even at the best of times. The one I was placed at was no exception. It was an old villa that had been a hospice in the late 1930s before being renovated in the 1990s, with a rest home wing added to the original building. The laundry room was the most unsettling part of the house. It was at the far end of the old villa, cold, dark, and always isolated. I hated being sent there and would rush in and out as quickly as possible. Whenever I had to take Mr. X to the laundry to collect his things, he would say casually, "Looks like Steve is here to see you today. He told me he loves it when you visit him. It gets lonely in the boiler room." Then he'd wave toward the corner by the door that led to the old boiler room, now just used for storage. I couldn't tell if Mr. X was joking, but I'd laugh anyway, not wanting to seem scared. Mr. X had a great sense of humor and loved chatting with me. He even refused care from other nurses if I was on duty, saying I was his favorite. He was easily mine too. One Tuesday night, I was on my first night shift, excited to see how different patients were at night. It was one of those nights where the darkness felt heavy, pressing into every corner. As I walked through the old building doing my rounds, I passed the laundry room and felt like someone was watching me. Thinking of Mr. X's joke about Steve, I chuckled to myself and moved on. When I returned to the nurse's station, I mentioned to the charge nurse how uneasy the laundry room made me. She laughed and said, "As a nurse, you'll get used to creepy places. It's the living we need to worry about, not the dead." The others laughed, and then the charge nurse added with a grin, "Since you love the laundry so much, why don't you take these sheets down to be cleaned?" I hoped she was joking, but she wasn't. As a new nurse, being teased like this was common, so I grabbed the sheets and headed off. The old building was eerily quiet, and even though it wasn't a cold night, a chill seeped through the cracks in the paneling. I reached the laundry room, nudged the door open with my foot, and reached in to switch on the light. A small breeze brushed my hand, which I dismissed as air seeping through the old walls. Then I heard a creak. Telling myself it was just the wind, I stepped into the room and instinctively glanced at the boiler room door. To my surprise, it was slightly ajar. Knowing that all doors in the rest home were supposed to be closed, I walked over to shut it. As I reached for the door, something caught my eye, a light moving behind it. Against every instinct, I peeked through the gap. There, sitting on a bucket, was a man with a wild grin on his face. I slammed the door shut and fled, dropping the sheets on the floor. Rounding the corner, I almost ran into Mr. X. He smiled at me and asked what was wrong. I quickly explained what I'd seen, and he chuckled, walking toward the laundry room. Reluctantly, I followed him. Mr. X opened the boiler room door, revealing an empty space. "Nothing can hurt you, dear," he said with a wink. "You're well protected." I smiled nervously, blaming my imagination, and offered to walk him back to his room since he shouldn't have been out at night. He teased me about leaving the sheets on the floor, making me laugh, as he always did. I settled him into bed and told him I'd see him on Thursday. The last thing I saw before closing his door was him smiling warmly at me and turning as though to speak to someone. On Thursday morning, I arrived for my shift and asked the nurse about Mr. X's schedule. She looked surprised and said, "Mr. X passed away on Tuesday morning. Didn't you find it strange he didn't come to see you that night?" I froze. He had come to see me. For the remaining 3 weeks of my placement, I was no longer afraid of the laundry room. Every time I passed it, I felt a warm, calming presence. I believe Mr. X was watching over me, just as he said. My name is Tesha, and I'm 18 years old, turning 19 in 2 weeks. My age has some significance to my story. I'd been experiencing paranormal encounters since I was around 4 or 5 years old, or so my family has told me. My first encounter, which I don't remember, happened when I was very young. My sister was there and recalls it clearly. One night, she woke up to hear me talking to someone. She heard me say, "That's naughty, you're not allowed to smoke in here." Annoyed at being woken up, she told me to be quiet and go back to sleep. Instead of stopping, I responded, "You scared my friend away." As her eyes adjusted, she noticed the room was hazy and smoky. Toward the end of the bed, she saw a small dent, as if someone had been sitting there. When my mom and sister questioned me about my friend, I described him as having lightning-like hair and said he was naughty for smoking in my room. While I don't remember that incident, I do remember others. The earliest I recall was when I was about 10 or 11. We were living in an old house in the countryside. I was sitting in the lounge watching TV while my mom was in the kitchen. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a figure standing in the hallway. When I turned to look, I saw a black silhouette of a person. Its face wasn't clear, just darkness, but it felt like it was staring straight through me. I blinked, and it was gone, but the memory still sends shivers down my spine. Another encounter happened when I was 13. My sister and I were in my mom's bedroom playing PlayStation when we both saw a figure walk past the window. Hoping she'd seen it too, I asked, "Did you see that?" She nodded, and we went to check with our mom. "Where's stepdad?" we asked. "In the shower," she replied. It couldn't have been him. We both swore we saw a man in a heavy coat and a cowboy hat. During our time in the old house, I never felt comfortable in my bedroom. It was always cold, and I couldn't stand being there for long. I usually ended up sleeping on the couch in the living room. One time, my stepdad's cousin, whom I called Auntie Kim, came to stay for extra support during some family drama. She was very spiritually connected and could sense and communicate with spirits. The morning after she slept in my room, she told my mom and me, "Now I know why you don't sleep in there, bub. I had little ones running around the end of the bed, poking my feet." I was shocked to learn it wasn't just my imagination. There really were spirits in the house. Auntie Kim explained that old houses tend to attract spirits. She often had to block out voices and even yelled, "Wait your turn!" to spirits interrupting her mid-conversation. At first, this freaked me out, but I got used to it. At that time, I was diagnosed with major depression. Auntie Kim thought it might be tied to negative energy clinging to me. She performed a blessing to cleanse my aura, calling upon her guardians for protection. During the ritual, she told me, "There's a dark energy attached to you, a man with horrifying dark eyes." She described the exact figure I'd seen at 10, even though I'd never told her about it. Afterward, she taught me how to cleanse my aura, guiding me to name people I needed to let go of, like past relatives or those who'd hurt me. When I finished, my mom said she saw a glow leave my body, like a flash of light. I felt incredible, light, joyful, and free. Auntie Kim then told me, "You have a gift. You can see them, but you block it out. As you get older, you'll open up more." I cried, not wanting the gift at the time. The most recent experience happened earlier this year, February-March 2012. My mom woke up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone was sitting at the end of her bed. When she looked, all she saw was darkness. Then she felt something pressing her down, unable to move or call out. The next morning, my niece told us she'd felt something heavy sitting on her feet during the night, even after she moved them. That same morning, I woke from a nightmare where something was chasing me, and I couldn't escape. When I told my mom, she revealed what had happened to her and my niece. We brought in my brother's mother-in-law to bless the house. She and a friend chanted a Maori prayer, walking through each room. As they worked, I noticed a dark smog lingering in the lounge and pitch-black shadows in the hallway. My eyes wouldn't adjust to the darkness. Afterward, we sat together, and my brother's mother-in-law turned to my mom, saying, "You know one of your daughters is gifted." My mom nodded, saying, "Yes, my baby is." When I asked if it would get worse, she said, "It will as you get older. But it's a gift. If it bothers you, just tell them to bugger off. And don't mess with Ouija boards, this isn't Harry Potter." Her humor put me at ease, but I know I'll need to learn to manage this gift as I grow. When I was 17, I went through a tough time. Due to a massive family drama, I had no contact with my family and was forced to move out on my own. Starting from scratch, I had to look after myself completely. It was a lonely time. While I worked to support myself, my friends were still in school. One of my first challenges was finding a place to live. I found a room for rent in an old house in a well-established area. On first inspection, it seemed perfect, affordable, spacious, and shared with two decent-seeming flatmates. The house was 2 stories, with a kitchen, bathroom, and living room downstairs, and a large bedroom upstairs where I'd stay. Excited to have found a place, I moved in quickly. Almost immediately, odd things began happening. At first, I didn't think much of it. 2 days after moving in, I became sick, extremely sick. Despite multiple doctor visits and medication, I couldn't shake it. I blamed the house. It was freezing, and I figured it had poor insulation. I'd pile 8 blankets on my bed just to sleep, and would sometimes wake up in the night seeing my breath in the air. This was during spring in Auckland, so it shouldn't have been that cold. Each morning, I'd wake to find water running down the walls. My mirror would be fogged up, and at first, I thought it was just condensation. But I soon noticed the rest of the house was fine. No water, no chill. Still, I ignored it and carried on. One strange thing I couldn't ignore was the feeling I got late at night. After nights out with a friend, I'd return home to an eerie sensation as I entered the house. The lounge, which I had to pass through to reach the stairs, always felt oppressive, like someone was watching me. I'd hurry to my room, avoiding the downstairs area entirely if I could. I figured it was paranoia from feeling so isolated, but the uneasiness lingered. Things escalated when a school friend came to stay the night. After dinner and a movie, we started getting ready for bed. She went to the bathroom to remove her contact lenses, while I went upstairs. A few minutes later, she burst into my room, visibly shaken. She claimed she had seen a black dog walk past the bathroom door. There were no pets in the house. My flatmate was allergic to cats and dogs. I dismissed it, saying her vision might have been off after removing one contact. But she was insistent, and to this day, she swears she saw it. Other minor incidents followed. I tried decorating my room with posters, but no matter how many times I secured them, they'd end up scattered on my bed by morning. Eventually, I gave up and took them down. One night, my flatmates were both out. One was working a night shift, and the other had recently moved out. Alone in the house, I decided to go to bed early. Exhausted from working long hours, I fell asleep quickly. Then I had a dream, or at least, I think it was a dream. In the dream, I was in bed, lying exactly as I had been when I fell asleep. I sensed someone standing in my doorway. I didn't recognize him. He was a complete stranger. Too afraid to move, I watched as he entered the room and walked to my dressing table. He picked up a photo of my dad that I kept tucked into the mirror frame. It was one of the few connections I had to my family. In the dream, I gasped, sitting up suddenly. The man spun around, dropped the photo, and disappeared. I woke up feeling uneasy but brushed it off as just a dream. However, when I got ready for work the next morning, I noticed the photo wasn't in its usual place. I found it on the floor, at least a meter away from the dresser. With the windows always closed due to the cold, there was no way it could have been blown off. A month later, I moved out of the house. Strangely, within 2 days of leaving, I was no longer sick. Whatever had plagued me disappeared completely. Since then, I haven't experienced anything remotely similar, but I still think about that house. I wonder who the man in my dream was and whether the house was haunted. It's been 5 years, but the memory of that night remains vivid, like it happened yesterday. I've had many experiences with the paranormal throughout my life, starting as early as age 6 or 7. I grew up in Zimbabwe, a place where tokalashes, African trolls, witch doctors, wizards, and warlocks are deeply ingrained in local beliefs. Whether you believe in these things or not, they exist in some form for many people. I've since moved to New Zealand, but the experiences haven't stopped. It seems I have some sensitivity to the spirit realm. In mid-2010, I was living in a small 3-bedroom apartment in Auckland city centre with one flatmate. It was convenient for me since school and work were only 5 minutes away. At the time, we were between flatmates, so the room next to mine was empty. The walls were thin, and I'd often hear noises at night that sounded like someone opening and closing cupboards in the empty room. I brushed it off, thinking it was just the neighbor's noise traveling through the walls. One afternoon, I decided to take a nap. I was alone in the apartment, so I closed the balcony doors, leaving the room quite dark. I double-checked that all the plugs and switches were off. I'm paranoid about fire hazards, and hopped into bed. Then I remembered I'd left my hairbrush on the kitchen table. In Maori culture, leaving a hairbrush on the table is considered tapu, bad luck, so I got up to fetch it. The kitchen table was near the stove, and when I got there, I saw the stovetop element glowing bright red. I was absolutely sure I had turned it off earlier, as I'm always careful about such things. Shocked but trying to rationalize, I told myself that maybe I'd made a mistake for once. Earlier that day, while showering, I thought I saw a shadow by the bathroom mirror. Again, I brushed it off, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. After retrieving the hairbrush, I went back to bed. This time, I lay down with my feet where my head would usually rest, not sure why, but it just felt right. I fell asleep, but I woke up to a rustling sound. It sounded like a rat digging through a rubbish bin near the foot of my bed. I lay still, listening carefully. My hands were behind my head, and as I tried to figure out the noise, I heard heavy footsteps. They sounded like a man walking on wooden floors, heading toward my bed. I froze in fear, thinking, there's someone in my room. But then I remembered the entire apartment was carpeted. The footsteps grew louder until they were right beside me. My heart was racing, but I didn't move a muscle. Turning my eyes toward the sound, I saw a shadowy hand run its fingers lightly along my arm, from just below my armpit to my elbow. I felt a tingling sensation and was shocked, yet strangely, the fear melted away. The energy didn't feel evil or threatening. I stayed still, watching as the footsteps resumed. The figure moved toward the door. I could see its outline, a young man, but not his face. He was wearing a red, white, and black striped shirt with baggy jeans. I thought, this must be the playful spirit turning things on in the apartment, and watching me shower. But as he reached the door, he simply faded away. Later, I mentioned this to our new flatmate, and she admitted she had felt someone watching her in the shower too. She believed it was male. In September of that year, I found out that my ex-boyfriend had passed away in April. The news hit me hard. He was charming and playful, a ladies' man, which was part of the reason we'd broken up. Despite everything, I grieved deeply for him. I couldn't help but wonder if the ghost I'd seen was him, coming by to say a final goodbye. About a month ago, my 3 friends and I decided to try using a Ouija board. We contacted a few different spirits, and at first, it seemed like harmless fun. Nothing bad happened, and we thought every spirit we connected with just wanted to chat. A week after using the Ouija board, strange noises started in our flat. At first, we assumed it was just our flatmates getting up at night to use the bathroom. But when we asked them about it, they all said they hadn't been getting up. The noises grew louder and more frequent. We started hearing footsteps in the hallway, passing our bedroom doors and heading into the bathroom. Sometimes, we even heard the bathroom door open and close. We began to get worried. None of us, except me, had ever experienced anything like this before. When I was younger, I used to see a lady who seemed to follow me around, but that was years ago. One night, around 5:30 a.m., my friend came into my room, clearly shaken. She said that while she was sleeping, she felt something holding her down, preventing her from moving. Then, her shoes slid across the floor, and 2 cans of drink tipped over. When she finally managed to move, she tried to come into my room, but her bedroom door was locked. We stayed up together until 9 a.m. before we felt comfortable enough to try to sleep again. For a while, the activity stopped, and we thought it was over. But at the start of this week, something strange happened. We saw a small teddy bear sitting outside by the mailbox. It seemed like a kid's toy, so we left it there, although we all agreed it was a little creepy. The next day, we noticed the teddy bear had moved. It was now sitting upstairs in a storage room near our bedrooms. None of us had brought it inside. When we asked the other 4 flatmates, they all swore they hadn't touched it. Later that evening, I went to the toilet, and everything seemed normal. But when my friend Jamie went to the toilet shortly after, the teddy bear was sitting right outside her door. No one had been up to move it. It was already 11 p.m. None of us slept that night. The following day, I put the teddy back in the storage room. Jamie then threw it into the large rubbish bin outside. We thought that was the end of it. But around 11 p.m., when we went downstairs to make some food, we found the teddy sitting on the kitchen table. None of us could explain how it got there. Since then, nothing major has happened, but we still hear strange noises at night. It's starting to affect our sleep, and the other flatmates think we're overreacting. We don't know what to do and can only hope that whatever is happening will stop soon. When I was about 10 years old, we moved from one haunted house to another. This story takes place in the second one. A little background on the house. It used to be a hotel where travelers would stay after arriving by rail, before heading to the Waitomo Caves via horse and cart. Over time, as transportation evolved, the hotel became obsolete. It was split into 2 parts, and the section we lived in, about 2/3 of the original structure, was moved a couple of kilometers down the road and converted into a house. The house I grew up in had its fair share of paranormal activity. It was haunted by multiple entities, some friendly, some neutral, and others that gave my family and me an uneasy feeling. One presence, in particular, stood out. It wasn't frightening or threatening, it seemed more curious than anything else. Our living area was a large room, with a fireplace and TV on one end and the dining area on the other. We had divided the space by placing a couch and chair in the middle of the room. One evening, when I was alone watching TV, I felt someone step up behind me. It was a familiar sensation. My dad often paused behind the chair to see what I was watching. Without looking, I said, "Yeah, nothing's on," and started flicking through channels for him. When he didn't respond, I turned around, only to find no one there. Embarrassed, I laughed to myself, realizing I'd been talking to thin air. Years later, after I'd moved out, I returned home for a weekend visit. As I sat watching TV, I felt that same sensation, a figure stepping up behind me to see what was on. I casually mentioned that I was watching the only decent show and turned to see what my dad was up to. But once again, there was no one there. This time, I wasn't surprised. In fact, I found it amusing. By now, I'd come to recognize the ghost habit, and it felt oddly comforting, like a friendly, "What are you watching?" from someone who meant no harm. The last time this happened was in late 2007. I was visiting my parents for a few days. After they'd gone to bed, I stayed up in the living room, enjoying the quiet. As I watched TV, I felt the familiar presence step up behind me. By this point, I didn't even bother turning around. I just smiled, said, "Hi," and kept watching. Last year, 3 of my school friends and I went to a small farmhouse owned by my grandfather's friend near a town called Pyroa. The house was fairly new, nothing creepy about it at all. The day after we arrived, we decided to help the old man on his farm. During lunch, he told us an old story about wars between European settlers and the native Maori tribes that had taken place on the very land his house stood on. The story wasn't particularly interesting at first, but then he mentioned how many people had died there. What caught our attention, though, was when he said he'd often see a little kid running around his crops at night, vandalizing them with a stick. The kid didn't seem afraid of anything, not even the 3 large farm dogs barking at him. The old man thought the child might have a mental disorder because of how unfazed he was. One time, the kid was standing just a few meters from the front gate, close to one of the dogs that was tied up. The man watched from his window as the child stared into the dog's eyes, completely unaffected by its barking. After a while, the old man decided to step outside and chase the kid away. But as soon as he opened the door and looked toward the gate, the kid was gone. The dog, however, was still barking as if the kid were right there. The old man was baffled. The next day, we decided to explore the farm to see if we could find anything unusual. That night, around 8:30 p.m., one of my friends and I were sitting on the front porch while the other 2 were asleep inside. The old man was at the dining table, sipping whiskey. We were bored and started playing on our laptops when I suddenly heard footsteps on the roof. The sound of bending tin sheets was unmistakable. We froze. Everyone else was either inside or asleep. Before I could fully process what was happening, there was a loud thud on the ground, like something heavy had fallen and broken. Alarmed, we turned around and saw him. There, on the ground, was the same kid the old man had described. He looked like an ordinary child, wearing dark-colored dungarees and a white shirt. It was hard to see clearly in the dark, but he didn't look hurt. Ignoring my friend's attempts to stop me, I jumped off the porch to check if the boy was okay. But as soon as I turned back to face him, he was standing upright again. Half of his face was covered in blood. We didn't wait to think. We bolted back to the house, slamming the door behind us. From the window, we watched as the kid stood there with an innocent look on his face. Then, in a flash, he sprinted across the backyard at an impossible speed and disappeared into the night. It was over in seconds. Terrified, we couldn't speak. We sat on the couch, drinking water and trying to calm down, but sleep was impossible. We turned on the TV and kept it on all night, doing everything we could to push the horrifying sight out of our minds. At around 3 a.m., the old man woke up, still groggy from his whiskey. He walked over to us and asked, "So, found anything yet?" I managed a faint laugh and said, "You wouldn't believe it." We explained everything we had seen, describing the boy in detail. The old man looked concerned and, for the first time, genuinely uneasy. He told us we should leave the farm the next morning, and we didn't argue. We packed up and left without telling our other 2 friends, who had slept through the entire night. They wouldn't have believed us anyway. It took us days to shake off the fear and get back to normal, but we'll never forget that night. My parents used to be deeply involved in strange spiritual practices. They are now devout Christians and prefer to avoid talking about the paranormal, though they sometimes share bits of their experiences. My dad once told me he used to be a psychic of some kind, channeling messages from spirits. He often encountered malicious beings, and the constant fright began to take a toll on his family and friends. One story he shared really stood out to me. He mentioned a woman in a big red dress, which immediately caught my attention. When I was very young, I often woke up in the middle of the night, usually on the floor for some reason. On multiple occasions, I saw a woman in a large red dress, something out of the early 1900s, pacing back and forth in my room. She had a pale face and a blank expression, and she was transparent. Strangely, she never seemed aware of me. She would just pace back and forth and disappear by morning. She never scared me, but I've never forgotten her. As a child, I was fascinated by the paranormal. Looking back, I think it was more than just curiosity. Perhaps it was connected to the experiences I was having. I was always nervous about ghosts, afraid of the dark, and had vivid dreams filled with frightening people. I never understood why I'd wake up on the floor so often. At night, I dreaded going to the backyard to feed our pet rabbits because I always felt like something was chasing me back to the house. Once, I even felt it almost grab me. One particular memory stands out. My sister and I were watching Monsters Incorporated by Pixar. Out of nowhere, she turned to me and said, "I think Randall is my monster." In the film, each child is assigned a monster that comes from the closet to scare them, and Randall was the one who could turn invisible. She told me she sometimes felt Randall sitting on her bed, though no one was there when she looked. A few nights later, I had a similar experience. My sister and I shared a room, and I slept on the top bunk. I woke up feeling someone sitting near my legs. The presence felt masculine, and I was frightened. I didn't feel it leave until I shuffled my legs, and even then, the memory stuck with me. My experiences weren't constant, just random. Some days, I'd see shadowy figures in the corner of my eye, but the next day there'd be nothing. Since breaking up with my boyfriend, I've had nights where I feel watched or see dark shapes reflected in my TV screen. These feelings are rare but unsettling when they happen. A few years ago, some friends came over to pray for my dad, who was sick. They spoke in tongues and prayed over each room in the house. They suggested I throw away my Egyptian sculptures, which I did. Strangely, after that, the paranormal activity in the house lessened significantly. I've noticed that since we got our dog, the activity has decreased even more. She's a small dog, but I feel like her presence keeps the spirits at bay. I've also noticed that houseplants have a similar effect. Wherever there's life, whether animals or plants, I feel spiritually safer. The activity hasn't stopped completely. On especially emotional nights, we've had minor experiences, but it's nothing like before. Personally, I believe that living things, like pets and plants, create an energy that makes it harder for spirits to force their way into our lives. Their presence is a comforting reminder that life is stronger than the shadows. Hi, my name is Mary, and I want to share a true paranormal experience I had about 2 to 3 years ago in Auckland, New Zealand. At the time, I had a habit of whistling, a lot. My mum would always warn me not to whistle, especially at night, saying it could attract spirits. Her warning creeped me out at first, but I figured it was just a superstition meant to scare me. So I kept whistling, just not as much. One night, my cousin Kara came down from up north to stay with us. My family, mom, dad, younger brother, and 2 younger sisters, were all home. Kara and I decided to challenge each other to stay up as long as we could. We managed to stay up the entire day, but as night fell, we started to get really tired. Everyone else went to bed, leaving Kara and me alone, playing games on the computer. I started whistling without thinking much about it. As I whistled, I suddenly felt an icy chill on my arm, like cold air brushing against me. I froze and immediately thought of my mom's warning. Feeling uneasy, I stopped whistling, pulled my sleeping bag over my arm, and tried to shrug it off. Eventually, we couldn't stay up any longer and went to bed. Kara slept on a mattress on the floor, and I took the bottom bunk. While Kara fell asleep quickly, I couldn't relax. I had a sinking feeling, and my mum's warning kept replaying in my mind. What if I really called a spirit? Was it good or bad? The room felt stuffy and hot, making it even harder to sleep. I was too afraid to open my eyes, worried I'd see something. Suddenly, I heard doors in the hallway slamming shut and opening again. My bed was close to the passageway, and the bedroom door was open, so I could see into the hallway. Summoning courage, I peeped out, but there were no doors moving. My heart was racing, and I was drenched in sweat. Terrified, I prayed for it to stop. Eventually, I was so overwhelmed by fear that I passed out. When I woke up the next afternoon, I felt awful from the restless sleep, but I was relieved it was daylight, and everyone else was awake. As I got out of bed, I turned my head and felt a sharp pain in my neck. Curious, I looked in the mirror and noticed 3 long scratches, like claw marks, on my neck. They looked as though a cat had scratched me, but we didn't have a cat. I showed my younger sister, and then checked on Kara. She had a single deep scratch on her belly, worse than mine. When I told my mum what happened, she looked disappointed and said, "I told you not to whistle at night. You probably called a bad spirit. But I don't think it'll hurt you anymore. It was likely just teaching you a lesson to listen next time." Feeling guilty, I apologized to my mum and for good measure said out loud, "I'm sorry, ghost, or whatever you are, for whistling. I won't do it ever again." After that, I was never bothered again. Later on, I realized that the slamming sounds I heard might not have been the hallway doors. They could have been the kitchen cupboards. I asked my family if anyone had been up at 2 a.m., but everyone swore they hadn't. That night, I learned my lesson: never whistle at night. I've never been someone who gets scared easily. In fact, scaring others used to be one of my favorite pastimes. I loved playing practical jokes and watching people jump. But one experience changed everything. Since then, I've avoided anything even remotely paranormal. When I was 13, my family moved from Fiji to New Zealand. We didn't have much money at first, so we stayed with my aunt for almost a year. Eventually, my dad secured a stable job, and we rented a small, old 2-bedroom house not far from my aunt's place. My mum was thrilled to finally have a home of our own. At the time, she couldn't work because my little sister was only 2, and childcare was too expensive. So during the day, my dad and I were out for work and school while Mum stayed home with my sister. The house itself was far from perfect. It was old, moldy, and poorly insulated. Winters were brutal, with temperatures dropping below freezing. We had little to no heating, and the house was always uncomfortably cold. Sometimes, we'd feel icy patches in strange places, like spots of sunlight that should have been warm, or even in the kitchen while the gas stove flames burned visibly. At first, we chalked it up to the house being in bad condition, but soon things got stranger. Small items began disappearing and never turned up again. Mom, who wasn't superstitious, started feeling uneasy after spending so much time alone in the house. My dad, always the logical one, dismissed her worries as paranoia. For a while, we believed him. It was easier to explain things away than to confront the growing sense of dread. But the uneasiness grew. One night, I stayed up late to finish a school assignment. It was close to 1 a.m., and everyone else was asleep. I could hear my parents snoring, and my sister was sleeping in my bed. Suddenly, I heard voices coming from the living room. It sounded like a man and a woman having a heated argument. The voices were so loud and clear that I thought my parents were awake, so I got up to check. But when I opened my door, the living room was dark and silent. No one was there. Confused, I checked the windows, thinking the sound might have come from outside, but the street was empty. Spooked, I hurried back to my room. The following night, my little sister woke up crying for her bottle. I decided to make it for her without disturbing Mom. As I walked into the kitchen and turned on the light, I heard footsteps behind me. Thinking it was Mom, I turned to tell her I was making the bottle, but what I saw nearly made me drop the milk. A dark, shadowy figure loomed near the kitchen entrance. It had the outline of a person, but there were no features, just a black silhouette. The room was freezing, even though it was summer, and I was in just a nightshirt. Terrified, I began reciting verses from my prayers, and after what felt like an eternity, the figure vanished. I ran back to my room, too scared to tell anyone. The next morning, during breakfast, my dad asked if I'd come into their room during the night. I shook my head, confused. He insisted he'd seen a shadowy figure at the foot of their bed around 2 a.m. That was about the same time I'd been in the kitchen. The realization sent chills down my spine. After that, the house felt heavier, darker. My normally sweet-tempered sister became irritable, crying at odd hours. My parents started arguing more, and I fell into a constant state of gloom. The entity, whatever it was, stopped trying to hide. Shadowy figures would appear frequently, voices echoed in the living room, and sometimes we'd hear children crying. At night there were thudding sounds on the steel roof, as if someone was walking slowly and deliberately above us. It wasn't cats. they avoided the house altogether. Even the neighbor's dog, usually friendly, growled whenever we were in our yard. 7 months after moving in, Mum had enough. One afternoon, after putting my sister to sleep, she went to the bathroom and heard what sounded like a child crying. Then she heard tiny footsteps running into the bathroom behind her. Assuming my sister had woken up, Mum turned to comfort her, but no one was there. She found my sister still fast asleep. That was the breaking point. Mum begged Dad to find a new house, and 8 months later, we moved out. As soon as we left, things changed. My sister stopped crying for no reason, my parents stopped fighting, and I felt like myself again. Whatever haunted that house didn't follow us, and for that I'm grateful. The house was later deemed unfit for living and demolished, but I still wonder what, or who, was there with us. I'm 17 now and have an older brother and sister. When I was younger, we lived in a house with a long hallway. My sister and I shared a room at the end of the hall, and I slept on the top bunk. One night, as I was trying to fall asleep, I heard the wardrobe doors creaking and softly banging, as if someone was gently pushing them. It scared me, but I tried to ignore it. Another time, our cat, who always slept on my bed, fell off during the night. I didn't hear him land or move, so I climbed down to check. Feeling around in the dark under the desk, I touched something strange. It felt woolly and matted, nothing like fur. I thought it was the cat, but when I looked in the morning, there was nothing there. It left me confused and unsettled. When we moved into our new house with my granddad, strange things started happening again. At night, I'd hear the sound of mugs being softly tapped in the kitchen. Once, I had a terrifying dream about a girl with 2 heads giggling and switching a red light on and off. I woke up to hear her voice saying, "I'm in your room." It was so real, I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. One night, I woke to the sound of heavy breathing close to my face. I thought it was my brother playing a trick on me. When I waved my hand, no one was there, and I didn't hear footsteps leaving. Another time, I woke up feeling scratches on my back, as if something was clawing through the mattress. I tried to ignore it and fell asleep again, but the next morning, the memory left me terrified. One of the scariest moments was when I saw a dark shadow that looked like me. My mom said she saw it walking down the hall and into the bathroom, but when she checked, my bedroom door was closed, and I was still in bed. Even now, when I'm with my cat, I notice her watching something invisible move around the room. Once, while babysitting my sister's dog, he growled and followed something invisible as it darted around. I never see anything myself, but the animal's reactions make me wonder. My sister has also experienced strange things. Once, she felt a tap on her shoulder while cleaning her car. Shortly after, she had to have her appendix removed, and she wonders if it was some kind of warning. For me, it's the feeling of being watched or the occasional shadow that makes me uneasy. These experiences have stayed with me, and I often wonder what's really behind them. This happened about 5 years ago, in the autumn of 2007. Since then, I've searched the internet, trying to find anyone who's experienced something similar, but nothing I've come across quite matches what I went through. After reading some stories and comments on this site, I'm hoping someone out there might relate to what happened to me. It occurred a week after my older brother, Drake, was tragically killed in an accident involving a moving truck. I was staying at my grandparents' rural 2-story house on the outskirts of Dargaville, preparing for the funeral the following day. That night, my friend Ria and I were in the 2nd-story lounge, watching James Bond movies from my grandparents' collection. It was close to 1:30 a.m., and we were chatting as the movie wrapped up. Suddenly, a loud booming noise from outside shattered the calm. We froze mid-conversation, instantly silent. I recognized the sound immediately. It came from the utility house outside, where a thin metal door made a loud, distinctive bang with the slightest touch. Being in the army for 2 years had made me cautious, so I turned off the TV and lights. We ducked down in front of the couch, where the window's view was blocked. My grandparents were away, staying with my parents to help them through their grief, so I was alone to watch over the house, and my brother's body, which was being kept in the utility house. I crept to the light switch that illuminated the area outside and turned it on. I asked Ria if she could see anything. She said there was nothing and suggested it might have been a possum. I reluctantly agreed, and we began setting up sleeping bags on the floor. But just as we settled in, the same loud boom echoed again. This time, I leaned out the window with a field torch and shone it toward the utility house. Once again, nothing. Everything looked still and undisturbed. Feeling uneasy, we climbed into our sleeping bags, still talking about the noise. 10 minutes later, the booming sound happened again, louder and more alarming. Ria was visibly scared, and I'd had enough. Thinking it might be a prankster, I grabbed my grandfather's hunting shotgun. It wasn't loaded, but I hoped just carrying it would scare off whoever, or whatever, was causing the noise. I searched the area around the utility house and the house itself, but I found nothing. Frustrated and spooked, I went back inside. Ria and I decided to watch from the window to catch whatever it was in the act. Another 10 minutes passed before it happened again, but this time, it was much worse. About 10 meters from the utility house, something began to materialize. It was roughly the shape of a man but entirely white, not skin-toned, just glowing white. It seemed to radiate light that clung to its body. It sprinted toward the utility house and slammed into the metal door with incredible force, denting it severely. Then it began pounding on the door, screaming. The sound was inhuman, neither animal nor human, but something out of a nightmare. The thing stood nearly 9 feet tall, its massive frame towering over the utility house. The banging and screaming were deafening, and I could feel Ria trembling beside me. Suddenly it stopped. As if sensing us watching, the bright man turned toward the window. That was when I lost my nerve. Its face was featureless except for its eyes, 2 black, marble-like voids. I grabbed Ria, and we bolted for the bathroom, the only room in the house without windows. We locked the door and stayed there all night, too terrified to move. The next morning, Ria left, still shaken. I called the police, and an investigation began. The utility house door was covered in massive dents, and the lock had been completely ripped off. Strangely, nothing inside was disturbed. However, something about my brother had changed. His peaceful expression in the coffin was gone, replaced by an intense frown. When I told my parents what had happened, they saw it as a possible omen and decided not to alter his expression or his clothing. The next day, we laid Drake to rest. Rest in peace, brother. The first paranormal experience I can recall happened when I was about 7 or 8 years old. At the time, I thought it was just my imagination, but as I grew older, I realized it might have been more. My cat had recently passed away, and I was devastated because she had been my first pet since I was 3. One morning, as I was walking into school, I glanced to my left and saw a white figure of a cat in the bushes. When I looked properly, it vanished. I shrugged it off as my imagination, but looking back, I'm not so sure. When I was 10, I had another strange experience, one that happened repeatedly over the years. My pony passed away, and on the day she died, I felt an unshakable sense of dread. Later that day, I found out she was gone. After her death, no animal would willingly go near the corner of the paddock where she passed, and any horse in the field would avoid that area entirely. I always had a sense that she was still there. About 2 years later, I saw a white figure of a horse in that corner, watching me. When I moved, the figure seemed to relocate to another corner but continued to observe me. I felt an overwhelming sense of calm and affection, as if she was reassuring me she was still keeping an eye on me. The most unsettling experiences began when we moved into a house when I was 7. From the start, the house gave me an uneasy feeling, like I was constantly being watched. The anxiety was especially strong in my bedroom. Occasionally, I would smell smoke even though there was no fire. Years later, I learned the house had been damaged in a fire long before we lived there. At 12, I finally saw the figure that had been haunting me. I had been playing around with a ghost detector app on my iPod as a joke. The app showed a dot about a meter behind my right shoulder. Seconds later, I felt a strong sense of being watched from that exact spot. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the white figure of a man standing there, but when I turned, there was nothing. I felt his disapproving presence and overwhelming anxiety. I deleted the app immediately. This figure wasn't confined to the house. He followed me to my school camp in the South Island. One night, I woke to see a white face at my bedside. A couple of friends claimed they saw it too. Later, during a junior leaders course with cadets, the figure appeared again, this time near my closet. Twice, I saw him at friends' houses. One of those houses also had a spirit, which felt angry and unwelcome. My figure seemed to dislike that spirit. The last time I saw him was after we moved houses. One night, I woke to find him standing in the corner of my new room. This time, I saw him clearly, about my height, 5 feet 8 inches, or a little taller, younger than 50, with no color to him, just white. He turned away and disappeared when he noticed me looking. A few hours later, I woke again to see him standing at the corner of my bed. My dog, asleep at the end of the bed, didn't react, which reassured me he had no malicious intent. This happened one more time, and on 2 occasions I heard him whisper, "Hello," softly in my ear, just enough to wake me but not fully. Sometimes I'd feel pressure on the end of my bed or on my leg or arm, as if someone was sitting there or touching me gently. After seeing him multiple times in one night, my mom contacted a friend experienced in dealing with spirits. Her friend confirmed a very anxious presence in my room, pinpointing a cold spot in the corner where I often saw him. She performed a cleansing and sent him away. Since then, I haven't seen or felt anything. Though I felt relief initially, I now wonder why he was so attached to me. What did he want? I almost regret sending him away without understanding his intentions. Afterward, I visited a friend's house, which also had a spirit. I saw it standing by her bed, gazing out the window. She moved soon after, and I haven't seen or felt anything at her new house. This story is one of my most puzzling experiences, one I struggle to categorize. I've had paranormal experiences before, shadow figures, unexplainable smoke, and even a deceased patient triggering an alarm. But this was entirely different. While I believe in the paranormal, I wouldn't call myself psychic or particularly sensitive. I live on the outskirts of a large city in a modern apartment next to an old burial mound, a common sight in these parts given the area's long history of settlement dating back to the Stone Age. Despite its proximity to such ancient grounds, my flat has always felt bright and welcoming. 2 years ago, I had an experience that has stayed with me ever since. It was a regular night, and I was sleeping in bed with my young children. I tend to wake up half-conscious during the night to adjust their covers or comfort them if they stir. That night, however, I was particularly tired. At some point, I woke to find one of my children at the foot of the bed, dangerously close to the edge. Groggy but instinctive, I reached over to pull the child back to safety and reposition them on the pillow. But as I held the figure in my arms, I realized this wasn't my child. To clarify, my bedroom has blackout curtains, making it pitch black at night. You can't see a thing, even in the dead of winter when there's some ambient light outside. Still, I could feel what I was holding, and it wasn't quite right. It reminded me of the old static-filled TV screens you could touch after turning them off, the sensation of dense, tingling energy that feels both tangible and not. This child felt warm and limp, like a sleeping child would, but its texture was all wrong. It was made of heavy, dense static electricity. As I examined it, I noticed that its head wasn't fully formed, just a vague, less solid ball of energy. Its body was larger than either of my children, more like a 4 or 5-year-old, with long, skinny arms and legs. Despite the oddity of the situation, I wasn't scared. In my grogginess, I knew it was a ghost. It felt like it had come to share our bed, drawn to the warmth and comfort, and wanted me to be its parent too. It didn't speak or move, But somehow I understood this. I sat there, holding this being, unsure what to do. I tried turning on the bedside lamp, but it wouldn't work. This jolted me into a more alert state, yet I still felt no fear. It wasn't hostile, just there. I knew, in some inexplicable way, that the living and the dead couldn't coexist like this, no matter how much I pitied it. As I mulled over my next move, I suddenly heard faint sounds of children playing outside my bedroom door, giggling and chatting. Confused, I opened the door, expecting to see my usual hallway, but what I encountered wasn't my home. Instead, I sensed a vast, open space stretching far beyond the confines of the apartment building. I couldn't see it, but I felt its size. Holding the static-like child, I placed it gently on the ground outside the door. I felt a pang of guilt but closed the door anyway. The space beyond felt otherworldly, and I knew I couldn't be part of it. I returned to bed, nestled between my real children, and somehow managed to fall asleep. When I reflect on this experience, I struggle to place it in any clear category. Some aspects align with spirit walking, or a lucid dream, the unresponsive light switch, the inexplicable space outside my door, but I've never had a dream this vivid or consistent. Most of all, I can't ignore the tactile sensation of holding that being. It was so real, so distinct. Even the complete absence of fear feels strange. I'm not easily frightened, but encountering a ghost would still unsettle me. That night, though, I was calm, almost as if I'd accepted the situation before it even began. It's an experience I'll never forget, and one I may never fully understand. Although I come from a spiritually inclined family, I haven't had many personal experiences, at least, not until recently. My great-grandmother was a spiritualist, my grandmother a firm believer, and my mother has had countless encounters with the supernatural. Some were uplifting, but others were terrifying. One of the more extreme events left her injured after being pushed down the stairs by an unseen force, prompting us to move out of our home when I was 10. That event opened my eyes to the spiritual world, but my personal encounters were minimal. I'd sensed presences before, mostly comforting ones, and often thought it might be my grandfather, who passed away before I was born. Despite never meeting him, I've always felt a connection, finding solace in the idea that he might be watching over me during difficult times. 2 years ago, I lost my grandmother to heart disease. It was a tough time, but I found peace imagining her reunited with my grandfather, smiling down on our family. Up until recently, these comforting thoughts defined my relationship with the spiritual world. But since moving into my current house, my experiences have become far more tangible. On November 1st, 2009, I moved in with a close friend who had recently separated from his wife. The house was old, dark, and had a musty smell that clung to the air. My friend hated it so much that he'd been staying elsewhere, leaving the house almost abandoned. Determined to brighten things up, I moved in with my furniture, cleaned, and brought life back to the space. My friend remarked on how much lighter the house felt after my efforts. Sadly, that change didn't last. As I spent more time alone in the house, I began feeling uneasy. At first, I blamed the unfamiliar environment. My flatmate, a fireman, often worked night shifts, leaving me by myself. I didn't mind the solitude, until things started happening. 2 weeks after moving in, I was settling into bed when I heard heavy footsteps running down the hall toward my room. The sound stopped right outside my door. Frozen, I grabbed an old Spanish sword I happened to own, long story, and listened. Hearing nothing, I cautiously opened the door. No one was there. I tried to shake it off, but moments later, I heard the sliding window in my flatmate's room open and then slam shut. I ran to check, but the window was locked. Baffled and terrified, I slept with the sword in my hand that night. From that point, the nights grew stranger. I began waking up at exactly 5 a.m. every morning, often feeling as though someone was calling my name. I'd look around, but nothing was there. The cat we'd recently adopted started acting oddly, staring at empty spaces as though threatened. Sometimes, it would run down the hall as if chasing something, or being chased. At other times, it stared at me in fear before bolting, moments after purring contentedly on my lap. Then there were the prayer flags. As part of my Buddhist practice, I'd hung them in the hallway. Yet, on multiple mornings, I'd find them gone, sometimes in the backyard, sometimes near my car in the driveway. I secured them tightly, testing the knots, but they still disappeared. Eventually, I never saw them again. On January 2nd, 2010, things escalated. Returning late after New Year's celebrations, I immediately felt uneasy. The house was hot and stifling, even though no heaters were on. The hallway, however, was icy cold. I settled in for the night, hoping to shake the feeling, but around 12:30 a.m., the footsteps returned, heavy, deliberate, running from the lounge down the hall into my flatmate's room. The cat was still in the lounge, ruling it out as the source. Worse, I had closed all the doors, yet the footsteps continued as if passing straight through them. The next morning, I discovered the prayer flags were gone for good. Disturbed, I started investigating. A Google search of my address led me to an article about a man named William James Clutterbuck, who had lived in the house with his family. William had died of a heart attack in the hallway in October 1939. His great-nephew, whom I contacted, confirmed this and shared that William had been mild-mannered and kind. This brought some comfort, but I also learned that William's grandson, also named William, had tragically committed suicide in 1997 at the age of 27, the same age I am now. This connection felt personal. I had moved into this house seeking a fresh start after a difficult period. I'd been supporting a suicidal friend and navigating the end of a challenging relationship. Was William aware of my struggles? Did he call my name to offer comfort? Or was it just coincidence? I don't feel like William means to harm me, but his presence is undeniable. The footsteps, the moving objects, the cold patches, and the flickering lights, all point to something trying to make itself known. Strangely, I've also found moments of comfort, like when a lamp inherited from my grandmother flickered while I read, as if she were watching over me. Should I bless the house? Replace the prayer flags? Or simply embrace these experiences as part of my spiritual journey? For now, I'm left with more questions than answers. This is my first time sharing my experiences, but definitely not the last. To start, my mother is from Thailand, and my father is from Harlem, NYC. Growing up, my mom often shared her deep beliefs in the spirit world, while my dad was more skeptical, always saying, "Spirits can't hurt you physically." In 1994, our family moved to Thailand. My father was transferred there for work, and since my mom was from Thailand, he thought it'd be a great chance for us to connect with her side of the family. At the time, I was in 4th grade, adjusting to a new country and our new home. The house was spacious, and I had a huge room with its own bathroom at the end of the hall. My brother's room was in the middle of the hallway, and my parents' room was on the other end. About a month after moving in, something strange happened. One evening, I was taking a bath. My bathroom had carpet flooring, so slipping wasn't an issue. As I was stepping out of the tub, boom! I felt a sudden, forceful shove that pushed me out of the tub. I caught myself on the counter, but I was in shock. I knew I hadn't slipped. It was unmistakably a push. Panicking, I ran straight to my parents' room, dripping wet, and told my mom what happened. That same night, she called my grandmother in Thailand. My grandmother insisted that the house needed to be blessed immediately. That weekend, a group of monks came to perform the blessing ceremony. I remember there were about 8 or more of them. We prayed as they chanted, and afterward, my mom gave me 3 black and gold Buddha bracelets to wear for protection. I was told to keep them on for 3 months, and I still have them to this day. Things calmed down after the blessing, but occasional strange events continued to happen. For instance, our housekeeper, Kuntong Fun, often complained about eerie noises in her room beside the kitchen. She said she'd hear knocking on the walls and sounds of movement when she was alone. Eventually, she began sleeping on the floor of my room out of fear. Thailand is often called the land of smiles. but it's also known as the land of the dead, or the land of spirits. Most homes there have a spirit house, a small shrine to honor the spirits of the land. Our building had one, too, and my mom made it a point to visit and pay her respects every weekend. One of the most vivid experiences I had occurred while my dad was out of the country. My mom, brother, and I slept in my parents' room. My brother was in the middle, my mom was on her side, and I was on my dad's side of the bed. Late at night, I woke up to faint voices. When I opened my eyes, I saw two ghostly figures of little boys sitting at the foot of the bed on my side. They were glowing faintly white, and they seemed to be laughing and pointing at me, saying, "You're a bad girl." Their laughter and teasing terrified me. I shut my eyes tightly, covered my ears, and prayed they would go away. The next morning, I told my mom, and instead of being scared, she laughed and said, "Well, they weren't wrong. You have been a little naughty." The most frightening incident happened in a different building. I was 9, and my brother was 7. We were walking near the rooftop pool with our new housekeeper. Our previous one had quit out of fear. My brother and I were near the edge of the pool when suddenly, I turned around to hear our housekeeper screaming. My brother had fallen into the pool. The sides of the pool weren't wet, and no one else was swimming, but something was pulling him down. I rushed over, and together, the housekeeper and I struggled to pull my brother out of the water. Despite his small size, it felt like something was holding him down. It took us nearly 5 minutes to free him. Later, my mom spoke to other residents in the building and learned about a boy who had drowned in that very pool years ago. Many believed his spirit lingered, trying to pull others into the water. My brother vividly remembers the feeling of being held under, and to this day, he avoids swimming pools altogether. These experiences, from being pushed out of the bathtub to seeing the ghostly boys and rescuing my brother, are memories I'll never forget. Living in Thailand was a mix of beauty, culture, and the inexplicable. While I cherish those years, I'm relieved to be back in the States, far from the mysteries of the land of spirits. This experience happened while I was living in Bangkok, Thailand, during my 5th grade. For some background about me, I recommend reading my first shared encounter. One night, I had a sleepover with my friends Mary and Tasha. I've always been interested in hearing ghost stories but never participated in things like Ouija boards or seances. Mary, on the other hand, was deeply into the paranormal. Her house was haunted, and strange occurrences were normal to her. Tasha, however, was the opposite. She preferred staying up talking about school and avoided anything paranormal. Around 2 a.m., we got bored, and Mary suggested we play a hypnosis game. The three of us sat on my bed, but I wasn't comfortable participating, so I decided to watch instead. Tasha volunteered to be hypnotized while Mary took the lead. Tasha lay flat on the bed, her head resting on a pillow in Mary's lap, while Mary sat cross-legged and began the hypnosis. At first, Tasha and I couldn't stop laughing because the whole thing seemed ridiculous. Mary was serious, but we weren't buying it. After about 20 minutes of giggling and false starts, Tasha began to feel sleepy. Mary started counting down from 50, and by the time she reached 0, Tasha appeared to be in a deep sleep. Mary began asking Tasha what she could see. Tasha described a field of tall, green grass, saying it looked like a farm. Then her voice changed, more anxious, as she said, "Oh no, a storm is coming." Her eyes, though closed, began moving rapidly as if she were dreaming intensely. Concerned, we asked what was wrong. She said, "Dark clouds are coming, and someone is chasing me. Every time I look back, they're closer." Mary told her not to look back and to run toward a church. She described it as a safe place with a priest waiting to protect her. Tasha's breathing became heavy as she said she saw the church and was running as fast as she could. When she finally got inside, she described the priest shutting the door. Then she began crying uncontrollably, repeatedly whispering, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Mary and I were alarmed and asked, "What's wrong? What do you see?" Tasha said the priest's eyes were turning red, and blood was pouring out of them. At this point, I was panicking. To see if Tasha was faking, I tickled her feet. She was extremely ticklish, but she didn't react. She continued trembling and crying. That's when I had enough. I shook her and told her, "It's a dream! Get out of it!" For a few moments, everything went silent. Tasha remained lying still with her eyes closed. Mary gently called her name, but Tasha responded in a monotone voice. "Who is Tasha?" "This isn't Tasha." Mary and I exchanged terrified looks. Mary, still trying to stay calm, asked, "Then who are you?" The voice replied, "Who do you want me to be? I am what you cannot see, unless you want to see me." That was the breaking point for me. I slapped Tasha's face to snap her out of it. She jolted awake, screaming at the top of her lungs, and ran out of the room, down the stairs, and out the front door. Mary and I chased after her, trying to calm her down. After a while, we convinced her to come back inside, but she refused to re-enter my room. When I asked her what happened, she said she felt like something had covered her mouth and was speaking through her. She could feel her lips moving but wasn't the one controlling her words. The next day, I asked Tasha if she was okay. She said yes but gave me a blank look when I asked if she remembered what happened. She said she had no memory of the incident. Tasha never spent the night at my house again. Even now, Mary and I occasionally talk about that night, but Tasha insists she remembers nothing. This was the last time I ever participated in hypnosis or anything remotely connected to spirits. Looking back, I realize how dangerous it was to experiment with such things, especially at such a young age. For anyone reading this, please be mindful of what kids are exposed to, especially with movies or games involving the paranormal. What may seem like harmless fun can sometimes lead to experiences far beyond what anyone is prepared to handle. In September 2005, I was studying tourism at Derby University. For my dissertation, I decided to explore the impact of the tsunami on Krabi, Thailand, a popular tourist destination. A family I was close to offered to host me during my research. John, the father, was English, and Dum, the mother, was Thai. They had 2 children, Cassie, who was about 5, and Freddie, who was around 2.5. When I arrived at the airport, the family greeted me warmly. Cassie gave me a small garland of flowers, which I thought was a sweet gesture. After the long flight, I was exhausted and went straight to bed once we reached their bungalow. That night, I woke up suddenly with a strange feeling. The room felt heavy, and it was as if someone was watching me. I noticed the net curtains were moving frantically, even though there was no breeze. I felt an overwhelming sadness but was too tired to dwell on it, and eventually fell back asleep. The next morning, Dum asked if I had slept well. Not wanting to worry her, I said yes. We spent the day together while John stayed home with the children. I had brought gifts and sweets for the kids and left them in my room. When we returned that afternoon, John was sitting on the porch, looking concerned. He asked to speak to us privately. John explained that earlier, the children were trying to get into my locked room. They claimed someone was inside. John thought they just wanted the sweets. Later, while sitting on the porch, he heard a voice say, "Cassie, come here." Cassie, who was outside with him, asked if he had called her. John was startled because he had also heard the voice, and it seemed to come from my room, which had been locked the entire time. John checked the room and found it empty. He couldn't understand how anyone could have been there. The passage behind the bungalow was blocked, and there was no way in without him noticing. The voice, however, had been clear, and it spoke in English, which made it even stranger. Dum, who deeply believed in spirits, immediately called local monks to bless the house. That night, we stayed at a nearby hotel. The next day, the monks came to the bungalow. They blessed the property, left an orange protective rope around it, and brought a spirit house to honor any lingering spirits. Later, Dum and John learned from the landlord that the previous owners were an English family. They had lost their daughter in the tsunami, and her body was never found. The family left Thailand soon after. Dum also admitted that Cassie and Freddie had always been uneasy in that room, which is why they shared a smaller one instead. Although the house felt calmer after the blessing, I decided not to stay there again and moved to a hotel. Dum and John eventually returned to the UK, and we never spoke about the incident again. My name is Michael, I'm 27 years old, and I want to share an encounter that happened just 2 days ago in Pattaya, Thailand. For those who don't know, Pattaya is often called the entertainment capital of Thailand. My girlfriend and I were staying in a room at a local apartment block. That day, like many others, she was resting in our room while I went out to grab some food. I was gone for about 20 minutes. When I returned, she seemed visibly shaken and immediately started telling me that someone had been in our room and had sexually assaulted her. At first, I thought she must have had a vivid nightmare. I tried to reassure her, saying it was likely just a bad dream. But she insisted it was real and began to describe in detail what had happened. She explained that she was in a state where she couldn't move. Later, I realized she was describing sleep paralysis, though she didn't use that term. She said she saw a young man come through the front door, not open it, but through it, as if he were passing through solid matter. He stood beside her bed, staring at her, and then walked into the bathroom. She asked him what he was doing in our room, and he replied that this was his room and he came there every day. After taking a shower, he approached her and stood close. She could hear him breathing near her ear. She tried to move but was completely paralyzed. Then he got on top of her, removed her pants, and began to have intercourse with her. She described the sensation as very slow and chilling. She also said that when she touched his leg, it felt unnaturally cold. When he finished, he jumped out of the third-floor window, saying as he left, "I'll be back." That evening, she was extremely disturbed and insisted she had never experienced anything like this before. Despite her distress, I still tried to convince myself it must have been some kind of vivid nightmare. However, the next morning something happened that deeply shook me. I woke up to find her shifting restlessly in her sleep. She was lying on her back with her legs spread apart, and when I tried to move her legs together, I couldn't. It felt as though there was an unseen force holding them apart. I tried to wake her, shaking her for several seconds before she finally woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she started kicking and screaming, clearly terrified. When she calmed down enough to speak, she told me it was the same man from the previous night. She was certain because he had a fully tattooed arm. This terrified me. My girlfriend is usually a peaceful sleeper and not the kind of person to make up such stories. The fact that I witnessed something so inexplicable with my own eyes left me deeply unsettled. I decided to move us to a different room in the same apartment block immediately. When I briefly explained to the receptionist why we wanted to move, I expected her to think I was crazy. To my surprise, she admitted she had heard similar stories before, though never at their property. Now I'm left wondering, will we be safe in this new room, or should we leave the building entirely? This experience has left both of us shaken and unsure of what to do next. A few years ago, I bought a small 2-bedroom house in Rotorua. Everything was fine for the first few years, but then strange things started happening. One night, around 2 a.m., I was woken by voices and colored lights at my bedroom door. My first thought was that it was the neighbors having a party, but when I got up to close my door, I realized the sounds and lights were coming from the lounge. Walking down the hall, the voices faded, and when I entered the lounge, I found the TV was on. My dog, who slept in the lounge, was sitting at the far end of the room, staring. The TV, an old model, couldn't have turned itself on with that volume, and there was no way I could hear it from my bedroom. After that, the dog started sleeping in my room. Another time, I lent my trailer to some friends. They later told me my bedroom light was on when they came to get it, but I wasn't home. When I returned, the light was off. Then I came home one day to find my bedroom's sliding door slightly open, even though I always double-check that everything is locked. Once, I was sitting on my bed talking to my partner on the phone, and I had a glass of water beside me. Out of nowhere, I felt a small splash of water hit my face. I looked up at the ceiling. It wasn't raining. The water had come from nowhere. Another unsettling moment happened when my boys and I were heading out one day. I told them to use the bathroom before we left. As I was walking through the house, the half-open bathroom door slowly closed in front of me. It wasn't a breeze. The door moved deliberately and shut completely. Checking the bathroom, I found no one there, and there was no wind that day. One particularly strange incident involved my youngest son. He suddenly cried out, holding his back. A TV remote, which had been on the middle of the table, somehow ended up hitting him. He was several feet away from the table, and I saw no one near it. Other odd occurrences included my motorcycle, which was locked in the carport, being moved during the night without triggering my dog. And on one occasion, late at night, I heard tapping on the sliding door to the deck. Expecting a visitor, I opened the door, but no one was there, and the security light hadn't turned on. The security alarm in the house also went off multiple times without explanation, and even the installation company couldn't find a fault. They shared a story about another property where orbs had been caught on camera triggering alarms. Eventually, my daughter moved in, and I didn't tell her about the strange happenings to avoid scaring her. But one morning, she came to me and said, "Dad, we have a ghost." She had seen a Maori man sitting on the deck a few times. When I told her about my experiences, she said she'd suspected something was going on for a while but wasn't scared. We later learned that no one had died in the house, as it was only about 20 years old. Whatever it was, the activity stopped about a year before I moved out. Life returned to normal, and everything was fine again. About a year ago, my friend Maria and I decided to move in together. Both our leases were ending, and since we spent most of our time together anyway, it seemed like the perfect idea. After some house hunting, we found an apartment that we both liked. It was huge, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, a living room, and a large balcony, all for a surprisingly low rent. For me, it was a big change from the tiny studio I had been living in, which didn't even have a kitchen. Plus, my kitten, who was growing fast, would finally have more space to roam. The building itself wasn't the most inviting. It was an old, worn-out structure with heavy, low Chinese-style roofs and gray walls that had probably once been white. The elevators were the worst, temperamental and claustrophobic. They would take you to random floors, sometimes stop midway, and even trap us between levels once. Despite all this, the apartment was newly renovated and had a lot of potential. We imagined it as our cozy oasis in the heart of bustling Bangkok. Moving in wasn't easy. Work kept us late every night, so we had to move in bits and pieces after midnight. When we finally settled in and finished cleaning, I felt an immense sense of relief. Just as I thought. Finally, we're done. A loud banging noise came from my room. Maria and I rushed in to find my brand new clothing rack completely bent and broken, with clothes scattered everywhere. It was as though someone had violently smashed it. Maria's rack, which was the same model, was fine, and the damage to mine didn't seem natural. The whole scene left us uneasy. After that, we both ended up staying in Maria's room most nights. It wasn't a deliberate decision, it just happened naturally. Her room was cooler, we liked watching movies before bed, and we both wanted to cuddle with the kitten. Still, the apartment always felt off. No matter how much sunlight we let in or how many lamps we turned on, the place remained dim. The kitten's behavior also changed. She seemed scared at times, hid for no reason, and occasionally ignored her litter box, which wasn't like her at all. When we had visitors, things seemed to escalate. We let them stay in my room, the one I never actually used, and it seemed to stir something up. But one particular night stands out as unforgettable and impossible to explain away. Maria and I were in bed, lying with our backs to each other. There was a thin blanket stretched out between us, leaving about 20 centimeters of space. Suddenly, we both felt and heard something stomping up the bed. It started at the foot and made its way angrily toward our heads. The blanket was pushed down between us, and we could feel the mattress sink under each step, as though someone, or something, was walking on it. There was no one else in the room. Even the kitten wasn't there, as we closed the door to avoid disturbances. We were terrified but also stunned that it had actually happened. After only 3 months, we decided to leave the apartment. The move wasn't because of the haunting. Other unrelated factors made us leave. Still, whenever I pass by the building on my way home, I can't help but wonder if anyone else has ever felt truly comfortable in that space, especially in that room. A few weeks ago, my close friend and I traveled to Thailand for the first time, all the way from Brazil. It was our first trip so far from home, and the first night was the hardest. Jet lag kept us awake, making it difficult to settle in. We checked into our hotel, a decent place in Bangkok, and I went to take a shower. While in the bathroom, I noticed some strands of hair in the tub. I dismissed it, thinking the housekeeping staff had been careless. After my shower, I found my friend staring intently behind a picture frame hanging on the wall. "What is it?" I asked her. She pointed behind the frame, signaling for me to look. There was an amulet tucked behind the picture. Trying to reassure her, I said it was probably a cultural tradition in Thailand. She wasn't convinced. "Are you sure?" she asked. I promised to ask the front desk about it the next day, and we chatted through the night, trying to brush it off. The next morning, I asked a hotel staff member if it was customary to put amulets behind pictures. His response caught me off guard. "No, but some people believe that if you find an amulet in a hotel room, it means someone may have passed away there. But don't worry, our hotel is safe. Have a good day." He said this so casually that it was unsettling. Still, we shook it off and went on with our day, eager to explore. We visited temples and tourist attractions all day, but my friend seemed unusually quiet and tired. On the bus between destinations, she suddenly said, "Roy, remember the staff said nothing happened? But we found the amulet. I've heard rumors about things like this." I tried to calm her, teasing her about overthinking and reminding her not to let fear take over. She nodded, though I wasn't sure if she agreed or was just too sleepy to argue. That evening, we returned to the hotel for dinner and a concert. Afterward, my friend wanted to head back to the room early, so we grabbed a bottle of wine and went upstairs. As we waited for the elevator, I felt a strange sensation, like someone was watching us. I brushed it off, blaming the wine, and decided to limit myself to 1 glass. When we entered the room, a sudden chill hit us. The temperature was freezing, even after I turned off the air conditioner. The room still felt icy, and the unsettling feeling of being watched lingered. My friend gave me a knowing look, packed her bags, and signaled for me to do the same. I reluctantly followed her lead, and we called the front desk to request a room change. When we explained the situation to the duty manager and mentioned the amulet, he seemed to take us seriously. The hotel staff quickly arranged a new room for us, one that was larger and had better amenities, including a balcony with a beautiful view of Bangkok. My friend seemed happier and acted as though she had moved on from the experience, at least outwardly. After we returned to Brazil, I shared the story with some of my Asian friends. They confirmed that finding an amulet in such circumstances often indicates a haunted room. Some even said that finding hair, especially long strands, could be linked to Thai black magic rituals. Intrigued, I researched the hotel's history and discovered a fire in the late 1980s that had tragically claimed the lives of 13 guests. Looking back, the eerie signs were hard to ignore: the hair in the bathtub, the amulet behind the picture, the sudden temperature changes, and the unmistakable feeling of being watched. While the trip was mostly enjoyable, that first room left a spooky impression on both of us. Out of respect for the hotel and its efforts to rebuild trust, I won't name it here. I only hope the victims of the fire have found peace. In 2015, my husband Ray and I traveled from South Africa to New Zealand to attend my brother Rob's wedding. After some deliberation, we decided to make the long trip for this special occasion. I won't go into the details of the wedding or all the sites we visited. Instead, I want to share an unforgettable experience from the last weekend we spent there, specifically, what happened on Saturday night. After the wedding, Rob had booked a bach, a Kiwi holiday home, in Russell, a historic village on the Bay of Islands. The whole family, including Rob's 3 adult children and 2 of their friends, joined us, 9 people in total. On Friday morning, we left Rob's home in Waiaku and drove through charming towns, rolling green hills, and dense forests. After crossing a car ferry at Opua, we reached Russell and found the bach perched on the side of a steep hill. A large, ancient syringa tree in front of the house was covered in moss and lichen, its blossoms filling the air with a sweet scent. Across the road stood Christ Church, the oldest church still in use in New Zealand, with a small graveyard where the first white woman born in New Zealand was buried. The house had a wooden deck wrapping around the living area, offering stunning views of the bay. Our bedroom was on the lower level, while the other bedrooms were upstairs. Each downstairs room had sliding glass doors leading to the deck. On Saturday afternoon, we returned to the bach early. Rob, feeling unwell, went to rest, while Ray and I took the chance to explore the graveyard across the road. I've always had a fascination with old cemeteries, and Ray humored me while taking photos of the church and bell tower. Before I could finish reading the gravestones, the family called us back to help prepare for the evening barbecue, cutting my exploration short. That night, after a delicious barbecue, we all gathered around the dining table to play board games late into the night. Eventually, we said our goodnights and headed to our rooms. While Ray went to the bathroom, I stepped out onto the deck for a final smoke, enjoying the crisp night air under a clear sky. As I stood there, I heard soft voices and footsteps coming up the road. In the faint lamplight, I saw a couple walking hand in hand, disappearing into the darkness up the hill. Moments later, I heard the distinct sound of heavy boots coming from the opposite direction. Curious, I leaned over the balustrade to see who it was. But no one appeared. Just then, a car passed by, its headlights sweeping the area. I expected to see at least a shadow of the booted figure, but there was nothing. The sound of the footsteps continued, passing the bach and moving up the road. A shiver ran down my spine. As I mulled over the strange experience, something below caught my eye, a bluish light swaying past the property along the grass verge. Straining my eyes, I tried to see if someone was carrying a lantern, but I could only make out a faint shadow, if anything at all. The light moved silently past the next property and vanished behind a garage. Unsure of what I just witnessed, I finished my smoke and hurried inside, feeling both puzzled and unnerved. Ray was already in bed, and I told him about the sound of the boots, though I kept the light to myself, unsure if it was anything supernatural. The next morning, I overheard Ray recounting my experience to Rob and his new wife, Cheryl. Cheryl joked, "That'll teach you to visit graveyards. Maybe he fancied you and followed you home." We all laughed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something unexplainable had happened that night. Back in 2009, during my second year at university, I was flatting in a house built around the 1960s in Palmerston North. I didn't enjoy living there much and missed my boyfriend of 4 years, so I spent a lot of time away, averaging only 3 to 4 nights a week at the flat. The house itself had a cozy feel and never gave off any unsettling vibes, but something strange happened there that I still can't explain. One night, I was studying in my room, home alone. I stood at my desk, jotting down holiday dates on my wall planner, when I noticed something odd. The light fitting started rocking and swaying violently. I first noticed its shadow moving erratically on the wall, and when I turned around, I saw the lamp swinging back and forth with significant force. The light fitting was one of those simple white lampshades hanging from a short wire, and it wasn't just a slight motion, it was full-on swinging. My initial reaction wasn't fear but curiosity. I reached up and stopped it with my hand, then tried hitting it myself to replicate the movement. It took a strong push to get it moving like that. But what made no sense was that there was no wind, all the windows were shut, no earthquake, and no one else in the house. I called my boyfriend, an electrician, to tell him what had happened. He tried to calm me down, suggesting possible explanations, But even he admitted later that nothing about lights or electrical wiring could explain what I'd experienced. Months later, another strange event happened. This time, I was at my desk again when the light fitting began to shudder noisily, as if someone were shaking it. I stopped it, and just like before, I tried recreating the movement but couldn't get it to shudder the same way. What made this incident even eerier was the reaction of my flatmate's kitten. The little cat, usually calm, was lying on my bed and became visibly agitated, staring at the light in fear. On other nights, just as I was about to fall asleep, I'd see small, faint lights bouncing along my ceiling, tracing patterns around the edges. They followed the same path each time, and I could never figure out what was causing them. I spoke to my boyfriend about these incidents several times, and he was as puzzled as I was. He said there was no logical explanation from an electrical standpoint. A year later, I mentioned my experiences to a workmate who had lived on the same street. He told me about an old villa that had burned down nearby, right next to my flat. A well-known university student had tragically died in that fire. I hadn't thought much about the burned-down house before, but after learning about it, I began to wonder if my experiences were connected to the presence of the young man who had passed away there. Perhaps he was behind the events I encountered, maybe not in a harmful way, but as a playful presence. Even now, I often think back to those strange occurrences. Despite how unusual they were, I never felt scared or uncomfortable in the house. In fact, the space felt calm and peaceful, almost as though the cheeky ghost, as I've come to call it, was just having a bit of fun. I've never seen a ghost, nor do I want to. I'm skeptical about anything paranormal. I prefer mundane explanations, they're easier to understand. But recent events have pushed me to look for answers beyond the ordinary, and this is where my search begins. My wife, Claire, and I moved to Taipa, a small town in Northland, New Zealand, about 6 months ago. We bought an old house within our budget, and we're slowly fixing it up. It's quiet, with plenty of space for our 2 dogs and close to the beach. It's perfect for us. In our backyard, there's an old building near the fence line where I store my tools and gardening equipment. It's different in design from the house and looks much older. When we moved in, I spent 2 days clearing it out. It was full of junk and smelled like something had died in there. About 2 weeks after moving in, Claire experienced the first strange event. One Sunday morning, while I was fishing, Claire was gardening. When I came back, I noticed a dark bruise on her arm, just above her elbow. It was about 3 inches wide and looked nasty. Claire said she felt a sharp pinch while getting the lawnmower from the shed. We thought it might be an insect bite, but the doctor found no bite marks. It was just a bad bruise, which eventually faded. Weeks later, we were having a barbecue in the courtyard when we heard a loud bang from the shed. It sounded too powerful to be something simply falling over. Thinking it was an intruder, I grabbed the nearest weapon, a barbecue fork, and told Claire to call the police. The dogs were barking wildly as I approached the shed. I flung the door open, expecting to confront someone. But there was no one inside. Everything was in place, except a spade lying on the floor and a dent in the wall. I searched the area but found no sign of anyone. Even the police, when they arrived, couldn't find fingerprints other than ours. With nothing stolen or damaged, they weren't overly concerned. 3 months passed without incident. Then, about 6 weeks ago, I noticed the shed door open while I was watering plants. I had installed a padlock after the last incident, so it shouldn't have been unlocked. After finishing the watering, I went to check on the padlock, but it was gone. Thinking Claire might have left it open, I went inside to ask her, but she denied touching it. When I returned to the shed, I saw the door slowly swing open. It was a calm day, no wind. As I approached, the door slammed shut. I flung it open, determined to find the culprit, but the shed was empty. As I stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me, and the shed reeked of rotting flesh. Startled, I backed out quickly. The door slammed shut behind me again. Shaken, I went inside and told Claire what happened. She noticed how rattled I was. I poured myself a drink and tried to calm down. Since then, I've avoided the shed as much as possible. I only go in when necessary, and most visits are uneventful. However, last week, as I tried to install another padlock, the same dread returned. That padlock has also gone missing. The shed door still slams shut occasionally, and our dogs refuse to go near it. This happened a little over 4 years ago when I was 24. I was finishing my diploma in journalism, just weeks away from graduating. It had been a stressful year, but I was proud of my achievements. Around that time, I had to find a new place to live after a bad relationship ended. Despite the added stress, I managed to find a room in a quaint old bungalow in Petwan, a suburb of Lower Hutt, New Zealand. The house was small, built in 1910, with 3 bedrooms. It was right next to an art house cinema called the Lighthouse, built in the 1930s. The house had no insulation, so it was always freezing, and I often got sick. Later, I discovered black mold in my wardrobe, which explained the frequent illnesses. For the first few months, things were fine. There were 3 of us living there. The owner, a young Chinese woman, rented out 2 rooms, one to me and the other to another young woman. After a few months, the other flatmate moved closer to her workplace, leaving just me and the owner. The strange occurrences began subtly. Sometimes, while I worked at my desk, I'd feel a distinct breeze on the back of my neck, even though no doors or windows were open. It happened a few times, always when I was alone, and left me uneasy enough to step out for fresh air. Things got stranger when the owner went overseas for a few weeks. Being alone in the house felt uncomfortable. The owner's overweight tabby cat, which never moved much, had its pillow on a bay window. One morning, I woke to find the pillow neatly placed in the middle of the lounge. The cat didn't seem capable of moving it, and I would have heard the commotion. I shrugged it off, but the cat often stared at the hallway, fixated on something invisible, which unsettled me. When the owner returned, the activity subsided until one Sunday morning. Around 11 a.m., I lay in bed reading. My bookshelf was now directly in my line of sight, with a large glow-in-the-dark skull wedged securely between books. As I read, the skull suddenly flew off the shelf, landing neatly beside my bed, facing the bookshelf. The loud noise startled me, and my flatmate rushed in to check on me. I hadn't told her about the previous incidents, but I couldn't keep this one to myself. She was skeptical but visibly unnerved. Feeling spooked, I contacted a local paranormal team. They conducted an investigation using EVP equipment and studied the house's history. While they couldn't confirm paranormal activity, they noted the house's age and wiring could cause odd phenomena. The team leader, intrigued by the flying skull, offered to swap it for a ceramic skull to study it further, which I accepted. For a while after the investigation, nothing unusual happened. Then one evening, my flatmate had her own chilling experience. A friend had just left after a movie night in my room, and I was watching TV. My flatmate suddenly knocked on my door, pale and terrified. She claimed a woman had entered her room, asked her something, and left. Shaken, I asked what the woman looked like. My flatmate described her as wearing a cloak with feathers. It was impossible for anyone to enter the house unnoticed, as both the front and back doors were loud and difficult to open. We were both deeply unsettled. Curious, I researched the area and found an article from 1896 about a greengrocer and his wife who were murdered in their home/shop near our street. The coincidence sent chills down my spine. A few months later, I moved out of the house, leaving those strange memories behind. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When my uncle and aunt lived nearby, I often house sat for them when they traveled the world on the catamaran they worked on. I always enjoyed doing this, looking after their cat, Floyd, and their playful golden retriever pup, Benji. The last time I house sat for them, about a year ago, turned out to be quite an experience. Some nights I felt incredibly uneasy, even frightened, while sitting in the lounge. Benji would sometimes sit with me, offering comfort, but other times he was completely out of control, barking at open doors and running in circles around the house. Those nights were always the most unsettling. The night that stands out most was when I invited my best friend over to keep me company. I hadn't mentioned anything about the strange things I'd been experiencing. I didn't feel the need to. I thought she'd pick up on it since she's very sensitive to the paranormal, and always mentions when she senses something. To my surprise, she didn't say anything unusual when she arrived. That evening, we decided to relax in the spa pool outside. The sky was clear, and the full moon shone brightly above us, creating a peaceful atmosphere. We chatted, enjoying the cool night air. Benji eventually joined us, but he seemed restless, pacing back and forth in front of the spa. Occasionally, he ran toward the window of my cousin's playroom, barking like crazy. I managed to calm him down and get him to sit near us. Having him close made me feel safe. A few minutes later, I noticed movement in the playroom window where Benji had been barking earlier. It startled me, but I stayed quiet, wondering if I had imagined it. Benji also seemed to notice something but didn't react as intensely as before. About 30 seconds later, my friend turned to me and asked if I'd seen the movement in the window. When I said yes, we both agreed to stay outside, too scared to go back inside right away. That's when Benji started barking again, fiercely and protectively. He stood in front of us, facing the window, and didn't move until we decided to run inside. Once we were in, he followed us closely, staying right behind us as if to protect us. We didn't sleep well that night. I think we felt threatened, mostly because of how Benji was acting. My friend never wanted to return to that house after that experience. I, on the other hand, didn't feel like I needed to avoid the house forever, but it did give me a few frights, and being alone made it worse. As soon as we got inside that night, I called my aunt. She stayed calm and tried to convince me it could have been a bird or a reflection. I wanted to believe her, but I was certain there was no bird, and there was nothing around to create a dark, moving reflection. When my aunt returned home, she admitted she only suggested those explanations to calm us down. She also revealed that she had seen shadows passing by her bedroom door at night when she woke up for no apparent reason. Hearing that confirmed my belief that there is definitely something in that house. When I was young, I lived on a sheep farm in Waikaka, New Zealand, in a house my grandfather built. It was our family home for as long as I can remember. I'm 30 now, but the strange and terrifying experiences from that house still stay with me. At first, I didn't think the house was haunted, or maybe it was, but the presence didn't show itself until later. The ghostly activity started when I was about 5 or 6, and we moved out just after I turned 9. Over 20 years later, I can still vividly recall some of the events, though I've forgotten many details. The first time something happened, my dad was out at the local pub. My mom, siblings, and I were in the living room watching TV. After an argument, my siblings were sent to bed while I stayed up a bit longer. Later, Mom and I went to bed too. I shared a room with my brother next to my parents' room, while my sister had her own room down the hallway. As I was falling asleep, my sister came running down the hallway, screaming. She said she heard deep, heavy breathing at the end of her bed. Mom came to check and heard it too. It stopped by the time Dad got home, but he searched the house, thinking it was an intruder or animal, and found nothing. Our outdoor dog, who was usually allowed inside, refused to come in that night. He stood at the door, visibly scared, which unsettled me the most. The heavy breathing became a regular occurrence, happening every month or so. For a young child like me, it was terrifying, especially living on an isolated farm far from neighbors. One evening, while Mum was away, I was in bed reading when I heard the breathing in the corner of my room. I froze, hoping it would go away, but it didn't. Finally, I ran to my dad, crying and terrified, but he yelled at me to go back to bed. Instead, I hid under the kitchen table until Mum got home. My brother once heard a voice outside his tent asking, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" He screamed and never slept outside again. My sister and I mainly experienced the breathing, but Mum dealt with much more. She often felt a cold presence in the kitchen when she was alone and would wait outside until someone came home. Once, while on the phone, she heard a child whisper, "Mummy," behind her, but none of us had left the room. Mum told me years later about even scarier encounters. One night, she woke up and felt something tugging her arm as the breathing ghost crept alongside her bed. Another time, she slept in my sister's room after feeling uneasy and woke up to the ghost trying to strangle her. She stayed calm, thinking about how good always defeats evil, and it eventually stopped. Before the haunting began, Mum had a strange experience she believes was an angel. She woke up one night to see a glowing figure by her bed. It touched her and said something like, "Don't worry, everything will be okay." At the time, she didn't understand it, but looking back, she feels it was a warning about what was coming. We tried seeking help. Mum sprinkled holy water around the house and said prayers, which seemed to help temporarily, but playing gospel music only made the ghost louder. The activity often happened after fights or arguments, and the ghost seemed to feed off negativity. We moved out a week after I turned 9, and thankfully, the ghost didn't follow us. However, the experience left a lasting impact. For years, I was terrified of the dark and slept with the covers over my head. If I had to get up at night, I turned on every light along the way. My sister also couldn't sleep without a light or TV on until she got married. Years later, Mum told me the ghost returned briefly when her twin brother stayed with her. After prayers from a medium and myself, it hasn't reappeared. When my wife and I visited recently, we didn't experience anything strange, and I hope it stays that way. Back in the last months of 2014, my father was moving out of his home of 19 years. It was the only home I had known him to live in, so seeing it go was bittersweet. That house always felt dark, to me, a nest of negative energy. Visitors often mentioned feeling watched or uneasy, and the atmosphere made people want to leave quickly. There had been minor incidents over the years, footsteps, lights turning on and off, and things going missing. But nothing seemed outright threatening. My father's own negativity and unhappiness may have contributed to the heavy energy, and my brother once tried using a homemade Ouija board there, which he didn't close properly before discarding it. On a Friday afternoon, near the end of the moving process, I was helping pack boxes with two friends, Mike and Tina. Everyone was exhausted and eager to finish. Mike and I were in the garage clearing out boxes when I felt a chill. The hair on my neck stood up, and I got goosebumps. This was my personal signal of a presence. I stayed quiet, waiting to see if Mike, who was spiritually sensitive, would notice it too. Sure enough, he pulled me aside. "There's something in your dad's garage," he said. "A dark mass. It feels really bad. It's been following me all day, and I think it doesn't like me." I was stunned but told him to rebuke it in the name of Jesus or surround himself with white light. We carried on with the work. Later that night, Mike, Tina, and I were heading back to my house. On the drive, Mike kept looking out the back window. I felt a burning sensation, like eyes were staring into the back of my head. I brushed it off as paranoia from what Mike had said earlier. When we arrived home, Mike ushered us inside quickly. I felt an overwhelming urge to run, like something was chasing us. I didn't mention it, thinking I was just spooked. Inside, we settled down, unpacked, and got ready for bed. Mike was unusually quiet. Finally, he spoke. "Guys, I'm sorry, but I think that black mass followed us home." My stomach dropped. Tina looked terrified, and I admitted I'd felt uneasy all night. Mike said he could sense the entity at the front door, trying to get in. We huddled on my bed and began reciting protective prayers in our own ways. I told the presence it wasn't welcome and rebuked it in the name of Jesus Christ. Mike then said, "It's laughing." The fear in the room deepened. Mike added that it was trying to enter through the roof. Just as he said this, my dog growled and barked at the ceiling, and we heard faint thuds above us. It felt like we were trapped. Mike identified the entity as a female presence, angry because Mike could see her. Eventually, he prayed in his native language, calling on his guardian angel. After what felt like an eternity, Mike said the presence was gone. The oppressive feeling lifted, and the house felt normal again. The next morning, we told my mother about the incident. Her jaw dropped. "I blessed the house yesterday," she said. "I don't know why, but I felt I had to." Could Mike have been making it all up? Maybe. But he had no prior knowledge of the dark energy in my father's house, and my dog's reactions lined up with his descriptions. The unease I felt also matched his account. For me, it's too much to write off as coincidence. Whatever that presence was, it never returned. And frankly, I wasn't about to go looking for it again. This encounter happened at my old primary school, the same school from my other story with the animal ghost and alarm incident. It was around 2001 or 2002. My classroom was in an old wooden building with 3 classrooms in a row. The boys' toilets were at one end, the girls' at the other, and a large bag area with hooks in the middle. Behind the bag area was a storage room. Outside there were wind barriers made of walls with windows. One side of the building faced the younger kids' courtyard and the school entrance, while the other side overlooked the junior playground. It was summertime, and since the building was old, the wooden veranda creaked with loose nails, so we weren't allowed to run on it. To enter the building, there were 3 or 4 concrete steps. One fine day, I was sitting in class doing schoolwork, leaning against the old boiler heaters attached to the wall. I needed to use the restroom, which was right next door to my classroom. The restroom had a musky smell as soon as you opened the door. The steps leading into it formed an L shape. The toilets were against the wall facing the playground, and the basins were along the wall adjacent to the classrooms. The cubicles had old wooden doors that were large enough for thin kids to crawl under as a joke. There was also a wide mirror above the basins that allowed multiple students to wash their hands at the same time. After finishing in the restroom, I went to wash my hands. As I was doing so, the mirror suddenly fell off the wall. It was supposed to be securely attached, but it came loose and smashed over my hands. Strangely, it didn't cut or injure me. The sharp edges seemed to fall in a straight line but didn't scatter. Instead, they stayed balanced on my hands for a moment before sliding into the sink. I was stunned. There was no logical reason for the mirror to fall. There was no wind, the windows were too far away, and nothing else could have caused it to come loose. Confused and shaken, I went back to class and told my teacher. She called the male teacher from the next classroom to check it out. When we went back to the restroom, the mirror was somehow back on the wall. It was still cracked, but the 2 halves were connected. The teacher found it strange and tried to pull the mirror off the wall, but it wouldn't budge. He was puzzled as to how it could have fallen in the first place, and then reattached itself. The crack in the mirror was a straight line, making it even weirder. No one else had entered the restroom after me, and I couldn't understand what had happened. I always avoided looking into that mirror from the day I first saw it, and I started to wonder if something was trying to get my attention or single me out. Whatever it was, that encounter has stuck with me as one of the strangest and most unexplainable moments I've experienced. Ever since I was little, I've had a fascination with ghosts and spirits. While I find the stories captivating, they scare me to no end. I'm naturally a very jumpy person. Initially, I came to yourghoststories.com just to read, but after seeing the thoughtful feedback others have received, I felt compelled to share my own experience and see if anyone can shed light on it. I live in Sweden, in a typical middle-class suburb. My neighborhood is fairly quiet, and most people here, including my family, don't believe in ghosts. In fact, the concept doesn't even come up. It's not taken seriously or dismissed as untrue. It's simply non-existent to them. The first time I experienced something unusual was 6 or 7 years ago. I was around 15 or 16 years old, so definitely not a child. I often stayed up late at my computer, as I still do, and my parents, who sleep upstairs, had gone to bed hours earlier. My sister wasn't home that night. Normally, I'd have music or sound playing while I worked, but for some reason that night, I turned the volume down. At first, there was silence. Then, I started hearing a faint tune. It wasn't music in the usual sense. There were no recognizable instruments, just soft, random notes playing in harmony. Curious, I left my room and stepped into the adjacent room, which is inside the entrance hall of our house. The sound grew slightly louder but remained soft, barely audible. Our house is split into two sections, one with 2 stories and one with a single floor. The room I entered has a small sky bubble, a 1 by 1 meter plastic dome in the ceiling that lets you see the sky. Strangely, the music seemed strongest in that room, though it had no specific direction. It felt like I was standing in the middle of it. I thought I might be imagining things, so I stepped outside to check if it was coming from the neighbors. That seemed unlikely since all of them are over 60, and usually go to bed early. But as soon as I stepped outside, the music stopped. I waited for a minute, listening, but heard nothing. When I came back inside and stood under the sky bubble again, the music slowly returned, but softer this time. It lasted about 30 seconds before fading completely. This has happened about 3 more times over the years, with the last occurrence about 6 months ago. Once, my parents were awake when it happened. I went upstairs to ask if they could hear anything, but they said no. I even convinced my dad to come downstairs, but by the time we got there, the music had stopped. He wasn't thrilled about being dragged out of bed for nothing. Each time I've heard the music, it's slightly different but always soft, clear, and strongest in the same spot under the sky bubble. The notes are beautiful but alien, and I've never been able to identify any instrument or pattern. It's never happened while I was doing anything related to ghosts or supernatural topics. Once I was playing games, another time chatting with friends. There's no clear trigger that I can identify. Something I just remembered might be worth mentioning. On the wall below the sky bubble is a large, segmented mirror, about 2.5 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. It's mounted in 6 panels to form one large mirror. I've never seen anything strange in it, but I wonder if it could be relevant. My mother passed away at the young age of 39. She often told my 2 siblings and me that she didn't want to live past 40. She passed from complications related to diabetes. As the oldest of 3, I have 2 younger sisters. I was very close to her. We knew each other so well. The day she passed is a memory I will never forget because of the strange and meaningful events that happened. That day started like any other. I was at work, where we had an automated station that played the same songs over and over again. Most of them weren't songs I liked, but I had heard them so many times that I knew all the words. Around 11 a.m., it was just my boss and me working the morning shift. He had this habit of yelling out and asking who sang certain songs, making it a sort of game, though we rarely knew the answers. Then, a song came on that stopped me in my tracks. It was Leather and Lace by Stevie Nicks, one of my mom's favorite songs. I hadn't heard it play once during the 4 months I'd worked there. Thinking of her immediately, I called out, "Who sings this song?" My boss didn't know, and for once I did. As I stood there, I felt a strange warmth spread through my entire body, a fuzzy, comforting feeling I'd never experienced before. It was pleasant, but I didn't understand it. I shook it off and went back to work. 2 hours later, during the busy afternoon rush, my colleague nudged me and said, "I think you should take this call." I smiled, apologized to the customer I was serving, and quickly answered the phone. My partner's voice was on the other end, and the words hit me like a ton of bricks. "Sorry, babe. Your mum has passed." She had passed sometime between 7 and 9 a.m. That night, at around midnight, my younger sister and I waited for our youngest sister to arrive so we could see our mum at the hospital morgue. Once she arrived, we stayed with Mum's body until 3 a.m., talking to her, crying, and comforting each other. Finally, we decided to leave and head to Mum's house. There was so much to do to prepare for the next day, including getting the house ready for family and arranging to have her body brought home. We planned to pull an all-nighter to get everything done, but I ended up falling asleep while my sisters stayed up and started cleaning at around 7 a.m. While I slept, I had a vivid dream. Mum was sitting beside me on the bed, looking down at me with a soft, loving expression. She placed her hand on my head and said gently, "You need to get up and help your sisters." I felt such a wave of happiness and sadness at seeing her again that I couldn't bring myself to move. Then her voice grew louder and firmer. "Get up!" I woke up suddenly, startled. The strange thing was that I could still feel warmth on my head, exactly where Mum had placed her hand in the dream. I was lying on my left side, but the warmth was on the right side of my head, the same spot she had touched. When I went downstairs, my sisters were already cleaning. That feeling of warmth stayed with me and has never left my memory. I had never seen a ghost or experienced anything supernatural before, which is why I keep thinking back to that day. It was one of the saddest times in my life, but those moments made me feel like my mum was still with me, helping us the way she always did. A few years ago, my best friend and I moved into a flat in Auckland, New Zealand. The flat was part of a building that had been in my family for generations. My great-grandfather had originally owned the building, which had been used for various purposes over the years. He loved the building, and the flat we moved into was once a staff room for his label business. The building eventually passed down to my grandfather. The flat was small, with 2 bedrooms, a tiny lounge, a kitchen, and a small toilet. To use the shower, we had to go outside onto the landing and through another door. That room also had a door leading into the rest of the building, and my bedroom had one too. Both doors were locked from our side. My grandfather used part of the building below us as a band room, while the rest was used to store old family belongings, including items from my great-grandfather's childhood. Strange things started happening soon after we moved in, but since we weren't paying rent, we decided to stay. At first, we both felt uneasy in the flat, especially when we were alone. We believed in spirits but had never experienced anything ourselves. After a few nights, I couldn't sleep in my room alone. I felt like I was being watched, especially near the door that connected my room to the rest of the building. I often caught myself staring at it at night, convinced someone was on the other side. There was also constant banging on the roof, which only happened at night. Eventually, my friend and I started sleeping in the same room because we couldn't sleep alone. One night, we came home late and saw a woman in a white dress standing in a window that looked into the building. She seemed to be watching us. My best friend saw her too. This happened several times when we returned home late. We told my grandmother, who believes in spirits. She mentioned that the building used to be a hair salon before my great-grandfather's business, which might explain the woman's presence. One of the scariest nights involved the TV. After watching movies late, we went to bed in separate rooms. A few minutes later, the TV turned on by itself at full volume, showing static. We turned it off, thinking it might be a power surge, but it happened again. My friend turned the volume down, put the remote on top of the TV, and turned it off. A few minutes later, the TV turned on again, and the remote was on the floor. We unplugged the TV, and my friend came to sleep in my room. While we were in bed, my bedroom door suddenly slammed open with such force that it broke the lock. There were no open windows or breeze to explain it. We didn't sleep much that night. After that, things quieted down, but little incidents continued. My cactus plant somehow ended up on the floor broken, even though it couldn't have fallen on its own. Items around the house would move, and light bulbs would burn out after just a day or two. One night, after watching movies late, I went to shower. The shower room felt isolated and always made me uneasy, especially at night. While showering, I heard banging on the roof and near the door leading into the building. After I got back into bed, the alarms in the building went off. My dad checked the building but found no one. However, all the sensors had been triggered. It was hard to sleep after that. We eventually moved out and haven't experienced anything like it since. However, about a year later, My dad was in the building alone. While washing dishes in the flat's kitchen, he felt like he was being watched. He looked up and saw a black figure standing there. It stayed for a moment before rushing toward him and disappearing. My dad, who doesn't believe in the paranormal, left the building immediately. He later admitted it was one of the scariest things he'd ever experienced. My grandparents think it might have been my great-grandfather causing these things. He loved the building and may not have wanted us living there. Living in that flat gave me some of the scariest experiences of my life, and I don't think I could ever go back. This story happened in the late 80s when I was about 16 years old. I'm now in my mid-40s. There were about 6 of us girls having a sleepover at our friend Monique's house. Monique's family was Dutch, and they all spoke the language fluently. She lived in the middle of nowhere, what we call the Wop Wops, here in New Zealand. Her parents were away for the night, so it was just us and her older brother, who was around 19 at the time. Her brother and his friends were really into seances back then, as many teenagers were. They had made a homemade Ouija board with a yes/no section and the alphabet spelled out using Scrabble tiles. A glass was placed in the middle, and it was still sitting on the coffee table when we arrived. It was after midnight when Monique's brother went to bed, leaving us to entertain ourselves. Naturally, our curiosity turned to the Ouija board. Most of us had never done one before, except for our friend Selena, who took charge. Soon we had our fingers on the glass, ready to see if we could contact anyone. At first, nothing happened, but then the glass started to move. After some questions, we learned we were talking to a young girl who had died in a car accident. I can't remember her name now. We kept talking to her for a while, taking turns taking our fingers off the glass to make sure no one was pushing it. Then things took a strange turn. The glass began to spell out things that didn't make sense, and it started moving faster and faster. Suddenly, it flew off the table. At the same moment, a cabinet behind us flew open with a loud whooshing sound. We all screamed, terrified, and immediately stopped the seance. We sat there in shock, too scared to talk. Then we noticed Monique was crying. We asked her what was wrong, but she wouldn't tell us. She just begged us to get her brother. He came to check on her, and she ended up sleeping in his room that night. The next day, she still wouldn't explain why she had been so upset. It was out of character for her. Monique was always the tough one. None of us brought it up again, and after that night, we all drifted apart and stopped hanging out regularly. Fast forward 20 years. We had all grown up, had kids, and moved away, but we decided it was time for a reunion. 3 of us from that night, including Monique, were there. As we reminisced about old times, the subject of that night came up again. This time, Monique finally told us what had happened. She and Selena had been alone earlier in the day before the rest of us arrived and had come up with a plan to scare us using the Ouija board. They planned to take turns pushing the glass to freak us out. When the glass started spelling things that didn't make sense, it was Monique's turn to take her finger off. What we didn't realize was that the glass suddenly switched from spelling words in English to Dutch, words only Monique could understand. It spelled something like, "be careful," or "beware," and then, "evil is here." That's when the glass flew off the table, scaring everyone. But what really upset Monique was the cabinet. It was an old antique her family had brought all the way from the Netherlands. It belonged to her grandmother and held important family documents. The cabinet was always locked with a key that was kept in her parents' room on the other side of the house. Yet that night, it somehow opened on its own, making a loud whooshing sound. No one could explain how it happened. Monique said she always wondered if it was her grandmother trying to warn or protect us. None of us really know, but that night remains a mystery that we still think about all these years later. I first met Milan when I was a shy 13-year-old. He was a history lecturer at the University of Auckland and one of my father's drinking buddies at the Senior Common Room Club, a bar at the old government house for academic staff. My father introduced Milan to me because we both loved chess. Over time, our relationship grew from casual chess games to a genuine friendship. Milan showed a real interest in my dreams, aspirations, and the typical struggles I faced as a teenager. When I was 17, Milan had moved to a village near Kaitaya to write a book. He wrote me letters encouraging me to visit him and mentioned a Maori cave with a mysterious history. According to Milan, the cave had a violent past and was under a tapu, a sacred prohibition. Local Maori boys, whom Milan had befriended, refused to show him the cave despite his offers of payment. They wouldn't even talk about it. Milan, as a historian, was fascinated by artifacts and admitted he wished to own one someday. In those days, before strict protocols about ownership were established, artifacts were considered the property of the crown or the local iwi, but certainly not individuals. When I told Milan that taking one would be stealing, he laughed and assured me he'd never dare because he was too afraid of the tapu. "Better safe than sorry," he said, paraphrasing Hamlet. "There are forces in this world about which we know nothing." Despite his fear, Milan's curiosity about the cave was undeterred. I wasn't scared either, so we decided to try to find it. Milan, a devout Christian friend of his, and I set out from the village hotel on foot. Locals had pointed us to the area where the cave was thought to be. It was winter, the ground was muddy, and we spent hours tramping through Manuka scrub without success. Eventually, we gave up and returned to Auckland. I went back to my parents' house. That night, I had a terrible dream. The details are hazy after all these years, but I remember being chased by something and needing to escape. In my panic, I jumped out of bed and ran out of my room. Instead of heading to the front or back doors, I found myself at the door leading to the roof of an outbuilding. The roof had no guardrails, just a steep drop to the concrete below. The door was locked. Desperately, I rattled the handle, trying to open it. Then I woke up. I was lying on the floor, shivering, at the base of the door. Feeling shaken and embarrassed, I picked myself up and went back to bed, not telling anyone. After all, only people with a guilty conscience or deep psychological issues sleepwalk, right? It wasn't until later that I realized how lucky I had been that the door was locked. My parents rarely locked that door. It wasn't necessary. It was hard to access the roof from the outside. But that lock might have been the only thing keeping me safe that night. What caused my close call? A skeptic might say my sleepwalking was due to heightened emotions about the tapu, but I hadn't felt frightened or even particularly focused on it. In fact, we hadn't even found the cave. What makes this experience stand out is that I had never sleepwalked before, nor have I done so since. As a child in boarding school or as a lovesick teenager, I had experienced moments of intense emotion, fear, sadness, rejection, but on those nights, when I finally fell asleep, I slept deeply. So, what happened that night? I don't expect anyone to agree with me, and maybe it's better that you don't. After all, you don't know me. But from my perspective, the only one I have, I'm convinced that what I experienced was a supernatural event. I'm 17 years old now, and I'm the only one in my family who believes in the supernatural. My parents and everyone else dismiss it as nonsense, but I know what I've experienced is real. I've had several encounters throughout my life, and I want to share them. I'm from Sweden, and my dad grew up in a village up north. Our family has a summer house there, built sometime between the 1920s and 1930s. My grandparents raised my dad and his brothers in that house. My grandpa passed away before I was born, so I never knew him, but I was very close to my grandma. She passed away in 1997 when I was little, and although I was upset at the time, I got over it quickly because I was so young. One Easter holiday when I was around 10 or 11, my dad and I were having lunch downstairs in the kitchen when something strange happened. I heard someone laughing. Thinking it was my dad, I asked, "What's so funny?" He gave me a strange look and said, "I thought you were laughing." My dad is usually quick with a joke, but the look on his face unnerved me. We never heard the laugh again, but looking back, I wonder if it was my grandma laughing at us. When I was around 13 or 14, I had another experience at the summer house. I was upstairs in the attic, which had been turned into a bedroom. While sitting on the bed drawing, I heard our old cuckoo clock start making noises. The clock hadn't worked in decades. It went on for a minute or two and then stopped. Scared, I ran outside as fast as I could. Since then, I've had smaller experiences at the house, things like the TV switching channels by itself, empty rocking chairs moving, and footsteps walking through the rooms when no one else was home. I believe it's my grandma or grandpa watching over us. That thought makes the experiences less frightening and even comforting. When I was 13, my dad and I moved to Namibia for his work. We lived in a large house, about 300 square meters. I was often home alone in the afternoons between 3:30 and 5 o'clock, after school but before my dad got home. One day, I was in the TV area with our dog Mickey. He was lying on the couch when he suddenly jumped off, barking aggressively at something in front of him, though nothing was there. He ran downstairs to the front door, barking again, but after a while, he came back to me, looking behind him as though something was following him. At 15, I moved back to Sweden and lived with my uncle and aunt in a town up north while my dad stayed in Namibia. The first few months were uneventful, but things soon changed. One night, when my aunt and uncle were at a French class, I was home alone for a couple of hours. I was in the living room on the phone with a friend when I heard footsteps upstairs. They moved into the hallway, then through the living room, into the kitchen, and disappeared. My heart was racing the entire time. Another time, two friends, Sally and Hannah, stayed over. We were in the basement because it was cooler there. Sally fell asleep, but Hannah and I stayed up talking. We'd locked the door and all the windows to be safe, but around 11 p.m., we heard loud footsteps running upstairs. Suddenly, we heard the knives and forks in the kitchen drawers rattling. We were terrified. On another occasion, Hannah and I were upstairs in a bedroom with the door closed. Early in the morning, we both heard a door slam shut somewhere in the house. But the scariest experience happened one night when I had a bad stomach ache. I was sleeping upstairs, and my aunt and uncle were downstairs in their room with the door closed. I woke up around 2 or 3 a.m. and turned over in bed to see a man standing beside me. I was too shocked to be scared and thought I might be dreaming, but I was very much awake. The man asked if I had a stomach ache. I said yes, and he bent forward to whisper something I couldn't hear. Then he vanished. I've never seen him again. I haven't told my aunt or uncle about what I saw because I know they'd dismiss it as my imagination or a dream. But I know what I saw. I don't think the man wanted to hurt me, but I don't understand why I seem to experience these things while others don't. Am I some kind of supernatural magnet? Eight years ago, on December 24th, close to midnight, my granddad Rolf passed away suddenly from what I believe was a heart attack. When my mom and I got the text saying he was in the hospital, and had just taken his last breath, we were in shock. Neither of us could sleep that night. Days passed, and it still didn't feel real. It was hard to believe he was gone. But did that stop him from being around us? Not at all. A few years after his passing, maybe 2 or 3, we started noticing that things felt different at home. But it seemed like I was the one he tried to connect with the most. At least, that's what I believe. My family didn't talk much about it, but the experiences I had felt undeniably connected to him. The first time I noticed something, it was subtle. I was sitting at my computer editing videos on a hot summer evening when I suddenly felt a cold breeze around my neck. It vanished as quickly as it came. There were no drafts in the house, and our air ventilation system wasn't strong enough to create that sensation. I knew it was something out of the ordinary. I'd had other strange experiences before, so I wasn't completely surprised, but I was still confused. Not long after that, my mom had her own experience. She was cleaning the living room, wiping down the TV, when she noticed what looked like 2 fingers swiping through the dust, as if someone were saying, "Hey! Clean the TV, it's dirty." It was exactly the kind of thing my granddad would do, kind, but always wanting things to be in order. At first, I was skeptical, but I believed her. For a few years after that, nothing happened. Then, late one night, I was home alone and went upstairs to sit at the computer to finish some homework. As I started working, I heard a loud male whisper in my ear. "What are you doing?" The chills were immediate, and I ran downstairs, refusing to go back up for the rest of the night. I ended up sleeping on the couch, too scared to move. When I told others about it, no one believed me. Again, a couple of years passed without any strange activity. It felt like my granddad was playing with us or maybe gathering energy for whatever he was doing. Then, one evening, I went to the basement to check the fridge. As I stepped off the last stair, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, a figure walking into the room where the heat generator is. I froze and slowly walked back upstairs. Ever since that night, I'd been nervous about going down there. I'm sure it was him, but it still unsettles me. That experience made me want to find proof that those who've passed away are still with us. Occasionally, when I feel brave enough, I visit graveyards or places rumored to be haunted to try and capture voices using my phone recorder. My main goal has always been to connect with my granddad. So far, I've captured 2 voices, but neither was his. Since then, the activity at home has quieted down. Occasionally, I'll hear small things, knocking on walls, footsteps upstairs, or feel sudden chills, but none of it bothers me anymore. It doesn't scare me unless it catches me by surprise. I know he's still around, and these moments feel more comforting than frightening. I'm not sure where to start, but this has been going on for about 6 months now. It all began when my mother and I were looking through old pictures of my father, who passed away a year ago. That night, my mother woke up to a loud, horrifying scream that didn't sound like anything alive. She said the scream came from inside her bedroom and didn't stop even after she woke up. There was no one outside, it was coming from the room itself. When she told me about it, I didn't believe her. I assumed it must have been a dream. But the same thing happened again the next night. She woke up at the exact same time, 2:10 a.m. Things started to get worse. My mother began having nightmares, and when she woke up, she'd feel like her chest was burning, though there were no visible marks. She had no explanation for what was happening, but every single night, she would wake up at 2:10. About 2 months ago, we decided to hire a medium. The medium came to our apartment and said she could sense a dark presence, a dark cloak, coming through the bedroom wall. She tried to banish it but told us the entity claimed my mother had agreed to a contract and now belonged to him. I still didn't believe it, so I switched rooms with my mother to prove it wasn't real. That night changed everything for me. I woke up to the sensation of a burning hand pressing against my chest, and I heard a loud, stuttering noise. When I opened my eyes, I saw something that I'll never forget, a demon. It had a human-like body with claws, and its face was partially covered by a pillow, but I could see its eyes. They were completely black. It was sitting on the edge of my bed, crouched as if ready to attack. I wanted to scream, but I was so terrified that no sound came out. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, everything returned to normal. However, my chest still felt like it was burning. I checked for marks but saw nothing, though the pain was very real. I tried to convince myself it was just a dream, but as soon as I closed my eyes again, the burning sensation returned, along with the stuttering noise. The demon was back. This time, I forced myself to push up with all my strength, and as soon as I moved, it vanished. Everything went back to normal, but I ran out of the room and woke my mother. That was the moment I finally believed her. The strange thing was that even though it was nighttime, I could see the demon perfectly clearly. The time was 4:15 a.m. We called a priest to bless the apartment. He came, prayed, and sprinkled holy water on the walls and floors, but it didn't help. I shared the story with a friend, and he got curious and wanted to sleep in the room himself. That night, at around 2:13 a.m., he screamed my name. I ran to the room and found him sweating and terrified. He told me he'd seen a shadow walk into the room, and then the entire room turned blue, except for the corners, which stayed dark. He heard the sound of wings flapping but couldn't move or speak. Like with me and my mom, it all disappeared suddenly. We can't sleep in that room anymore, but the haunting hasn't stopped. I've felt someone poking me just as I'm falling asleep, and I keep having nightmares about the demon. In these nightmares, it's always hard to wake up, and when I finally do, I'm drenched in sweat. Strangely, I always wake up at the same time, 4:15 a.m. My mother's experiences are different. She feels physical touches and hears strange electrical sounds. She constantly senses that the demon is in the room with her, and whenever she tries to sleep, she wakes up. My name is Edwin, and I'm 19 years old. I live in a small town called Norrköping. Throughout my life, I've never believed in anything supernatural, nor do I follow any major religion. 2 days ago, something strange happened. I woke up after only 2 hours of sleep, which was very unusual for me. I felt cold and inexplicably scared, but I managed to fall back asleep. I didn't think much of it at the time. Last night, it happened again. I woke up after 2 hours of sleep and checked the clock. It was 4:58 a.m. My head was facing the door, but I couldn't see anything. Then I started hearing a voice, not out loud but in my mind. It felt like someone was talking to me telepathically. The voice said, "Rise and meet your friends, they are waiting for you." I was terrified and stayed in bed, frozen. The voice spoke again. "These friends are in danger, you need to help them." After a few moments, the tone shifted, and the voice became hostile. It said, "Are you a bad person? Are you willing to lose your soul? Does it mean nothing to you?" At that point, I stopped looking at the door and turned my head to face north, but I still couldn't see anything, just darkness. I kept staring in that direction, unmoving. Then I closed my eyes and saw colorful swirling shapes, like mist, forming in my mind. The colors moved and shifted in a way that felt surreal. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a formless, dark presence. Suddenly it attacked me. The feeling was overwhelming. It was like being caught in a massive wave or maelstrom. The force was unlike anything I've ever experienced, physically or mentally. It crushed me with such power that I couldn't even move my eyes. I felt like I was losing consciousness, and for a moment, I genuinely thought I was going to die. Desperate, I started calling out the name of God, repeating it several times. As soon as I did, the attack stopped. The presence vanished, but the experience wasn't over. I heard high-pitched, broken, and unsettling instrumental sounds, which slowly faded as I regained control of my body. Finally able to move, I lay there in shock, too drained to do anything. I stayed in bed for several minutes, trying to process what had happened. I eventually managed to fall asleep again, but only for 2 hours. When I woke up, nothing else happened. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I decided to stay awake. Today, I ended up sleeping for 16 hours straight, which is incredibly unusual for me. I'm not a heavy sleeper, and I'm usually active and energetic. Even now, I feel extremely fatigued as I write this, which is also out of character for me. At first, I thought it might have been sleep paralysis. But this felt so real, physically and emotionally. My back is sore, especially on the sides, as if I had been physically crushed during the experience. At night, I feel uneasy, like someone is in my room. My mood has changed, too. I don't feel happy or normal anymore. Instead, I'm constantly on edge, as though I'm in danger. I don't know what to make of this. It doesn't feel like a dream or something my mind created. It felt genuine and real, and I don't know how to stop feeling this way. I've always been a bit strange, even as a child. I don't remember much from my early years, but my mom has told me that I used to see shadowy figures following people. One of the most baffling incidents from my childhood happened when I was about 2 years old. I was playing in the front yard of our house, and my grandfather was watching over me while cooking. Suddenly, he got a call from my dad saying I was at my grandmother's house, on my father's side, just a short walk away in the same neighborhood. To get there, I would have had to cross some traffic, which should have been impossible for a toddler. No one knows how I got there, but my dad found me playing on my grandmother's porch alone. Nothing particularly scary happened to me as a child, or at least not that I can remember. Things started to change when I was about 13 or 14. I got very sick, so sick that I believe I might have actually died for a moment. My throat was swollen badly, and we were at the doctor's office waiting to be seen. While sitting in the waiting room, everything started spinning. I felt dizzy and so tired. I thought I'd just close my eyes for a moment, and I did. Then I had the strangest, most vivid dream. I found myself in a black void, a space with no floor, ceiling, or walls. It was completely dark, but strangely, I felt at peace. Suddenly, I heard my mom calling my name from far away. I thought I should go see what she wanted. The moment I tried, it felt like a tremendous weight was pulling me down, like I was falling. Then I opened my eyes and saw my mom's terrified face inches from mine, shouting my name. I told her I was sorry. I had just fallen asleep. But she said I hadn't. She said I'd suddenly turned pale, my eyes were open, and my arms were jerking like I was having a seizure. She said I wasn't breathing. A few years after that, the dreams began. At first, they felt like bad dreams or sleep paralysis. I'd be lying in bed, listening to music, and suddenly feel something pulling my leg, almost lifting me up and spinning me around in my bed. I'd try to run into my grandparents' room, but everything felt heavy, like something was holding me down. When I finally got to their room, my phone would start playing music, but I couldn't open my eyes. Eventually, I'd wake up in my own bed, realizing none of it had actually happened. At first, I thought these were just nightmares, but they got worse. I've felt dragged, hit, and completely trapped in these dreams. They feel like paralysis, but I'm aware that I'm dreaming and desperately trying to wake up. I used to pinch or hit myself to wake up, but that doesn't work anymore. Sometimes, I think I've woken up, only to realize I'm still dreaming. This cycle repeats over and over until I finally wake up for real, often bruising myself in the process just to be sure. There are other unsettling details. I always wake up between 3 and 4 a.m., drenched in fear. I've started sleeping with the lights on, but I still wake up terrified. For a while, I stopped sleeping altogether. Sleeping in the same room as my sister helped for a time, but even that changed. One night, I woke up to find her staring at me with glowing red eyes. When I'm not having these hypnagogic dreams, I have other disturbing dreams I'm afraid to share with most people because I worry they'll think I'm crazy. Once, I dreamed I killed a teenage boy and ate his heart. I can still remember the taste of blood in my mouth when I woke up, and the texture of the flesh felt rubbery. I thought I was going to throw up. These experiences have left me shaken, and I don't know what to make of them. Am I just imagining things, or is something darker happening? Whatever it is, it's making sleep feel like a dangerous place for me. In April last year, I started working as a hotel receptionist in a town near where I live. At first, I worked as an extra, but now I'm a full-time night receptionist. There are only 2 of us who share the night shifts, so we always work alone. The hotel is a tall building with 111 rooms, and part of the job is to make rounds to ensure everything is secure and in order. The reception's back office is surrounded by frosted glass walls. Behind the wall on the right side is a corridor leading to the elevators, and nothing else. You can see shadows of guests approaching from the elevators when they're coming to the front desk. One night, while working alone, I saw a shadow moving toward the reception from the elevators. I got up and went to the desk, ready to assist. But no one showed up. I stood there for a moment, puzzled, because I hadn't heard the elevator doors close or the sound of them moving back up. I walked around the corner to check the corridor, but it was empty. Both elevators were still on the entrance floor with their doors open. It spooked me, but I tried not to overthink it and finished my shift without further incidents. After that, both Louise, the other night receptionist, and I began seeing shadows regularly. Over time, we noticed the difference between guest shadows and the other shadows. Guest shadows are solid, but the spirit shadows have smudgy, blurred edges. Another part of the job is doing rounds in the conference area, which is in a separate building connected by a large mall. The mall is eerie, and almost every time I walk through it, I feel like I'm being watched. The mall has large potted plants against the walls, and a few weeks ago, Louise saw someone standing behind one of those plants, staring at her. She initially thought it was a security guard since they come and go during the night. But when she passed the plant, the figure was still there, silently watching her. When she approached, the figure moved out of sight and vanished. Louise searched the mall, but there was nowhere for the person to go. They were just gone. I've never experienced anything strange in the mall itself, but the conference hall is a different story. Things happen there all the time. After passing through the mall, you climb a staircase to a locked door. Beyond the door is a long corridor with locked conference rooms on the right. The corridor turns left, where there's a small seating area with chairs and a table, and more conference rooms. The largest conference room is at the end, and during rounds, I have to check every room to ensure the windows are closed and everything is in place. One night, I was in the largest conference room and felt an urge to take some pictures. I used my phone to snap a few shots, but nothing showed up. I turned the lights off and prepared to leave. Through my phone's camera lens, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the room. It wasn't pitch black, the emergency exit light was on, but I could clearly see the outline of a head, shoulders, and legs. Panicked, I turned the lights back on, but the room was empty. Shaken, I locked the room and was about to leave when I heard noises coming from the seating area around the corner. It sounded like someone stomping and dragging their feet, mixed with the sound of papers being shredded. I knew the building was empty. I had already checked everything, and no one could have entered without me noticing. Frozen with fear, I stood there listening to the sounds. Whatever it was, I felt it wasn't friendly. I decided not to investigate. Instead, I backed out of the corridor, locked the hall, and ran back to the front desk. I was so scared that every little noise made me jump for the rest of the night. Morning came, and I was too tired to drive home, so I decided to stay in one of the rooms to sleep. I always lock the door when I sleep during the day, checking it several times to be sure. The cleaning staff can't get in either since the only key that can unlock it from the inside is the emergency skeleton key in the back office. When I woke up, the door was unlocked. I was certain I had locked it, but somehow, it wasn't anymore. That's when I decided I'd had enough and went home. This incident happened in November or December of 2001, about a week after a foolish Ouija board session in a student kitchen in London. By this point, my friends and I were just starting to recover from what had happened that night. We had convinced ourselves that it was nothing more than a freak incident caused by our imagination, or maybe even the alcohol we'd consumed. Still, my friend Zesh, who had supervised the Ouija session, was adamant that it was more than that. One Tuesday night, Zesh, Phil, and I were in my dorm room, working on an assignment due the next day. As usual, we had procrastinated and were pulling an all-nighter to finish it. Phil, who was a year older than Zesh and me, was like an older brother to us. He hadn't been part of the Ouija board session because he'd been out with his girlfriend that night. When we told him what happened, he just laughed and said we were being drunk and stupid. We started drafting our assignments around 9 p.m., and before we knew it, it was 2 a.m. We decided to take a break and grab some caffeine and cigarettes. Since we were out of cigarettes and feeling hungry, we headed to a nearby 24-hour petrol station, about a 10-minute walk away. The quickest route was through a back road behind our residence, with a large park on one side and an estate with small garages on the other. The petrol station was in the middle of nowhere, just past the park. Our walk to the petrol station was uneventful. We bought some snacks and cigarettes and began walking back home. It was during the walk back that things took a strange turn. As we walked down the road with the park to our left and the estate to our right, we noticed a tall figure approaching us from a distance. The street was straight, leading to a set of traffic lights where we would need to turn left to head home. The figure got closer, and we could make out that it was a man, about 6 feet 3 inches or 6 feet 4 inches. He wore a gray hoodie, blue jeans, and white trainers, but he kept his head down, so we couldn't see his face. His walk was strange. He seemed to have a limp or was drunk, struggling to keep his balance. As he passed me, he whispered something in my ear. It was gibberish. I couldn't tell if it was a language or just drunken mumbling. At first, I thought he was just a drunk guy heading home from a night out. But something felt off. It took me a few seconds to process what had happened, and I turned around to ask him what he'd said. He was gone. This happened in the span of 3 seconds. There was nowhere he could have gone so quickly. On one side was the park, and on the other, the estate. Both would have taken at least 30 seconds to reach. I felt a chill run down my spine. I turned to Zesh, who whispered, "Don't talk. Just walk as fast as you can." His tone was serious, and I could tell he was just as unsettled as I was. Poor Phil was confused and concerned, but he followed our lead. As we walked faster, we began hearing footsteps behind us. The street was completely empty. It was 2:30 a.m., and you could hear the wind, so there was no mistaking the sound. I could feel something following us, and in the corner of my vision, I saw a shadowy figure. I was too scared to turn around and look. I asked Zesh what it was, but he only said, "Keep going. Don't look back, no matter what." At this point, we started jogging, which quickly turned into a full sprint. The footsteps grew louder, chasing us, and my heart felt like it was about to burst. Fear and adrenaline coursed through me. As I ran, I instinctively grabbed a religious pendant around my neck, a Tawiz my parents had given me for protection. I never paid much attention to it before, but in that moment, it felt like my only hope. I held it tightly and started praying. When we reached the traffic lights, we turned left and ran as fast as we could until we got to our residence. By the time we reached the door, the footsteps had stopped. We slowed down, breathing heavily, and entered the building. All 3 of us collapsed onto the sofas in the reception lobby, trying to catch our breath. Back in my dorm, we sat down to discuss what had just happened. We all confirmed what we had experienced: the tall man, the footsteps, and the shadowy figure. Zesh believed my pendant had protected us. Phil thought we might have disturbed something. Deep down, Zesh and I both felt this was connected to the Ouija board session in the kitchen. This wasn't the only strange thing that happened to those of us involved in that Ouija session. But this particular night will always stay with me. It felt like we were being chased by something not of this world. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. My name is Felix, I'm 16, and I live in Sweden. I've been fascinated by the paranormal for as long as I can remember, and it feels like spirits are always around me, no matter where I go. My first experience with a ghost happened when I was 5 years old. At the time, I lived on a small farm in the countryside with my dad, his girlfriend, her daughter, and my sister. I don't remember everything from that house, but the attic, where I kept my clothes, terrified me. One time, I went up to the attic alone. As I stood in the doorway, I saw a small figure near the window at the other end of the room. It wasn't taller than me, but it looked like an old man, a bit like a dwarf or midget. I gasped, and it disappeared, but I could still hear giggling and the sound of running behind the clothes hanging there. I even saw the clothes moving, as if a wind was blowing through. My dad later told me that whenever he was alone in that house, he heard people running through the rooms and children yelling, "Dad! I'm glad we don't live there anymore." When I was 10, we moved to where I live now with my dad, stepmom, and 2 brothers. That's when I learned my older brother, John, was experiencing ghostly activity at night. He'd wake up to voices whispering or yelling, "John, wake up!" His TV and lamps would turn on and off by themselves, and this happened every single night, robbing him of sleep. A friend of ours brought 2 psychic women to our home. They said our house was so crowded with spirits that it was hard for them to breathe. They also revealed that we had 3 portals, gateways for spirits to come and go, one of which was in John's room. To deal with it, we went into his room, lit a candle, and stood in a circle holding hands. One of the psychics guided us to visualize a protective white light around us while she communicated with the spirits. She then closed the portal, and after that, most of the activity in his room stopped, allowing John to sleep again. A year later, John switched rooms, and I moved into his old room. Even though the idea scared me, I wanted the room because it was big, unlike the tiny attic room I had, which didn't even have windows. At first, nothing strange happened, but then I started feeling someone blowing in my ear. I could feel the sensation of breath tickling my skin and even hear the sound of it. This happened every week. One day, I came home from school and found all my books and CDs scattered on the floor. They had been neatly organized on my shelf, but now everything was lying face down, except for a few books left out of order. The next day, I came home to find my bed made. Since I never made my bed, I assumed my dad had done it, but he denied ever going into my room. It kept happening, but I didn't mind because whoever did it did a great job. When I was 12, something happened that really scared me. I was lying on my dad's bed reading while he was in the kitchen. Suddenly, he came into the room looking confused. He asked if John had come home, and I said no. My dad explained that he had just seen John walk by the kitchen doorway, smile, and say, "Hello," before disappearing. That really freaked me out because it wasn't John. Ever since we moved here, all of us have seen a black kitten running through the hallway at night. It doesn't scare me, it seems harmless, just playing around. But what does creep me out is how often our dogs bark or growl at something invisible. They'll stare at an empty doorway or wall, clearly seeing something we can't. I also see shadows out of the corner of my eye almost daily, and sometimes objects move slightly on their own. It's clear something is trying to get my attention. I also experience strange things when I'm falling asleep. It's like I hear someone talking inside my head, but it's not a voice I recognize. Sometimes I even respond to it, only to wake myself up by speaking out loud. Once, I woke up to myself screaming, "Stop it!" But I never remember what the voice was saying. A few months ago, we held a seance with a medium. She confirmed that our house is crowded with spirits and has several portals. She also told me there's an old man attached to me who has been blowing in my ear. I was shocked she knew that because I'd never told anyone about it. She described him, and my dad thinks it might be my great-grandfather on my mother's side, though I never knew him. It's comforting to know he's not trying to scare me. Despite this, scary things still happen. For example, I've had extremely vivid dreams about my family being haunted by something demonic. In one, we heard loud, heavy breathing, and outside the windows, we saw dead children hanging from power lines. They were smiling, laughing silently, and their bodies were mutilated. The air felt thick with evil. These dreams are terrifying because they feel so real. Recently, I've heard strange noises at night. One night, while wearing headphones connected to my computer, but with no sound playing, I suddenly heard loud, evil laughter in my ears. I checked the computer, but nothing was playing. It scared me so much I couldn't sleep. Just last night, I was alone in my room when I heard soft classical music playing from nowhere. I checked my computer, the window, and the rest of the house, but couldn't find the source. The music played for about 5 minutes and then stopped. A week ago, I went ghost hunting in a graveyard with a friend. I used an EVP recorder, but my friend, who doesn't believe in the paranormal, made rude jokes and laughed. I apologized to the spirits, worried she might upset them. Later, when I reviewed the recording, I heard strange sighs, heavy breathing, and hissing sounds close to the microphone, even though we had kept it far from us. Could the music I heard be connected to a spirit I might have brought home from the graveyard? What do you think is happening in my house? Is something or someone trying to scare us? I work as a mental health carer in various psychiatric homes in Sweden. Since the psychiatric reform of the late 1980s, many clients with severe conditions like schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, and antisocial behavior have moved out of large institutions into smaller residential homes. These homes have individual apartments for the clients and shared spaces like dining rooms and TV rooms. I currently work in 3 different homes near the west coast of Sweden. The buildings are often old, as psychiatric care has historically been underfunded. One of the homes I work in, built recently, is modern and welcoming, but another, where I've spent much of my time, is an older facility located in a rough neighborhood plagued by violence and crime. This home is part of an apartment complex and has seen its share of eerie occurrences. I started working there in 2010, mainly on day and evening shifts. For the first year, nothing unusual happened. Then, about 6 months in, I began feeling uneasy in the basement, where our office, food supplies, and a rest area with a sofa are located. The uneasiness caught me off guard because I'm used to handling difficult clients and stressful situations. This job requires a strong presence. Yet, whenever I opened the basement door, I had the distinct feeling someone quickly moved out of sight into the room with the sofa. Sometimes, I'd hear faint sounds of movement, but I brushed it off, thinking it was just my imagination. In 2011, I started working night shifts. On one of my first nights, my coworker asked, "Do you believe in ghosts?" Curious, I asked why. She explained that strange things happened in the kitchen, banging noises, scratching sounds, and objects moving. The coffee maker would turn itself on and off, and pots and pans sometimes fell to the floor. Although I hadn't noticed anything, her story piqued my interest. Another coworker, who I quickly bonded with, also brought up ghosts during a weekend night shift. When I shared my uneasy experiences in the basement, she said, "I know who that is." She explained that a daytime carer, who had passed away from cancer not long after I started, used to nap on the basement sofa during evening shifts. Knowing this gave me some comfort. It felt like an explanation for the presence I sensed downstairs. The next night, I saw something that truly shook me. As we sat in the upstairs TV room, I saw a figure pass by the open doorway. Thinking it was one of our clients, Mrs. S., who often wandered at night, I said, "I'll take care of Mrs. S.," and went to check. But the corridor was empty, and when I looked into her apartment, she was sound asleep. When I told my coworker, she admitted that other staff had seen the same figure, and that people believed the real hauntings happened in the dining room and hallways, not just the kitchen. After that, cleaning the dining room at night became unsettling. I often felt someone standing behind me as I mopped the floor. Before, I dismissed it as one of the clients sneaking up on me, but now it felt different. I started seeing the figure pass by the TV room doorway more often, at least 3 more times. It made the night shifts both intriguing and terrifying. Seeing something dark move past an open door in the dead of night, only to find no one there, is a feeling I'll never forget. One night, things got even stranger. A client with delusional schizophrenia, who was obsessed with the paranormal, was sitting with us in the TV room because she couldn't sleep. As we watched TV, I saw the figure pass by the door again, and so did she. Calmly, and in a voice far from her usual manic tone, she said, "There's that little old lady again." I froze. As part of my job, I can't engage with clients' delusions, so I gently redirected the conversation back to the TV show. But her reaction stayed with me because it was so grounded and matter-of-fact. Later, I learned that the building used to be an elderly care home where many residents passed away from old age or illness. That knowledge gave context to the little old lady both I and others seemed to sense. Even though the hauntings added a layer of tension to the job, they also became part of the home's story. Now, plans are underway to relocate the facility to a new building. I think it's a good idea, not just because the building is old and worn out, but because I believe there are more residents here than we can see, especially at night. And they're beyond our care. This story is from my childhood, back when I was no older than 5. I know this because, at the time, my sister and I were still sharing a bedroom. The room was the largest in the house and had once been the living room of the top-floor apartment, when the house was divided into 2 separate flats. To better divide the space between us, our mom had placed bookshelves across the room, creating 2 separate areas. My side was by the door, while my sister's side was on the far side, requiring you to walk around the shelves to get there. One bright and sunny summer day, my sister and I were tasked with cleaning our room. I was too young to handle the vacuum, so that was my sister's job. She was still working on her side of the room while I sat on the floor of mine, picking up books and putting them back on the shelves. As I was focused on tidying, I suddenly noticed something in the doorway. It was a lady in white. I'll do my best to describe her. Her hair seemed to flow in all directions, as if she were underwater, and while her face and head appeared clear and solid, the rest of her body was misty and indistinct. Her clothing, or what looked like it, moved softly, as though she wore a loose dress and veils that shifted in an unseen breeze. In my young mind, the only thought that came to me was, "A ghost!" I froze with fear and bolted to hide behind the shelves, trembling. I wanted to warn my sister, but I was too scared to make any noise, worried the ghost might notice me. The vacuum's hum drowned out any chance of whispering to her. Moments later, my sister crossed over to my side of the room, still vacuuming. I peeked out and saw her cleaning the floor near me. Then she looked up and noticed the figure in the doorway. She froze for a moment, her eyes wide, and then, just as I had done, she jumped back and hid with me behind the shelves, leaving the vacuum running on the floor. Time seemed to stand still as we crouched together, barely daring to breathe. We watched as the figure slowly moved past the doorway and disappeared from sight. The way she moved was almost dreamlike, soft and deliberate, and once she was gone, the fear slowly ebbed away. At the time, we were terrified. But afterward, the encounter didn't feel dangerous. In fact, we became fascinated by the experience, and even hoped to see her again. We spent days building ghost traps, or pretending to meet her by crawling into white bedsheets, imagining ourselves joining her in some heavenly realm. Of course, we told our mom about what we had seen, but she laughed it off, dismissing it as nothing more than our overactive imaginations. We didn't let it bother us too much and held on to the memory as something special. Years later, I told my mom the story again. This time, her response surprised me. She admitted that she often felt a presence in that part of the house. She wasn't scared, though. She believed it was the spirit of her late grandmother, who had once lived on the top floor of the house. Even now, I wonder about that day and the lady in white. Whether it was my great-grandmother or someone else, I've never forgotten her. I grew up on a farm in the deep forests of northern Sweden, surrounded by nature. Even though I've lived in big cities for years now and haven't been back to Sweden much, I've always felt deeply connected to nature and spirituality. Over the years, I've had quite a few strange and unexplainable experiences, and I've never doubted the existence of spirits or the paranormal. I'm comfortable talking about these things with most people, but the story I'm about to share is different. It's something I've kept to myself until now. After reading similar stories on this forum, I feel it's finally time to share. My dad was the ultimate outdoorsman, super macho and a skilled hunter. Most of my childhood memories of him involve us hunting, fishing, camping, and exploring the wilderness together. He taught me everything about surviving in the wild. This story takes place on one of those camping trips. We were two families camping together, my dad, me, about 6 years old at the time, my two older sisters, and our dog, along with another family, a couple, their son, the same age as me, and an older sister. Being so young, I don't remember all the details, but the parts one do recall are crystal clear. We set up our tents on the top of a mountain near a lake, deep in the forest. Our tent was bright blue, and the other family had a mustard yellow one. The day was magical, as only childhood memories can be. We played all day, laughing, running around, making up stories, and exploring the forest. Even when we found leeches near the lake's shore, we didn't care and jumped into the water anyway. In the evening, we gathered around a campfire, grilling hot dogs on sticks we'd sharpened ourselves with knives. When it was time to sleep, my dad lay on his back with his arms wide open, letting all three of us use him as a pillow. I shared one arm with one of my sisters, while my other sister lay on his other side with our dog sleeping by her feet. It was cozy, and I felt safe. But for some reason, I couldn't fall asleep, even after Dad had told us stories and drifted off himself. I lay there, listening to the forest, which felt very much alive. There were no people for miles around, but I wasn't scared. I loved the Swedish forest more than anything. Suddenly, our dog woke up. She was alert, clearly listening to something outside the tent. As a hunting dog, she was trained to notice things, and now she was focused intently on the tent door. Then, to my horror, the zipper of the tent began to open, slowly. The dog backed up toward my sister's head, staring at the door, but she didn't make a sound. Her silence unnerved me even more, but it also made me stay quiet. Terrified, I tried to wake my sister, gently pushing her and whispering her name. She wouldn't wake up. By now, the tent door was fully open, and what I saw standing there was the strangest thing I've ever seen. It was a small creature, short enough to stand upright in the doorway without bending over, something a person would normally have to do in such a low tent. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a little devil, the kind you might see in a cartoon. Its face was lumpy and red, with black hair. But what struck me the most was the expression on its face. It looked around the tent with a curious, almost confused look in its eyes. I pretended to be asleep, keeping my eyes barely open, watching. It seemed like the creature was simply checking us out, as if it wanted to know who we were, and why we were there. After scanning the tent, it seemed satisfied, zipped the door closed again, and left. The dog settled down not long after. I finally managed to wake my sister, but she insisted it was just a dream. I know for certain it wasn't. I remember every detail of that night so vividly, even now. The house I grew up in always had some strange activity, and it seemed to come and go in waves. Sometimes, weeks would pass without anything happening, and other times, the activity would feel overwhelming. One of the most active times was when I was around 14 or 15, the last year I lived there before moving out. During this time, I often felt uneasy in my bedroom or upstairs in general. There was this constant, heavy feeling of being watched that I couldn't shake. A lot of little, strange things would happen, but there are 3 specific experiences I can never forget. The first happened at night when I was staying up late, reading books before falling asleep. My wardrobe door would open on its own, startling me. I'd had an irrational fear of the wardrobes in our house since childhood. 2 of them were built into the walls, and behind some plywood at the back, there were small tunnels leading into the actual house structure. I never dared to explore those tunnels, and even as an adult, I still have nightmares about them. When the wardrobe door first opened, I assumed it hadn't been latched properly. But these were old doors with sturdy handles that clicked into place when shut. To be sure, I started checking every night, pulling the handle after closing the door to confirm it was secure. Despite this, the door would still open, always in the middle of the night. It felt deliberate, and I was so terrified on those nights that I'd leave the lights on until morning. Another time, I was lying in bed, almost asleep, when a strange thought popped into my mind. It was like my own voice thinking, "I shouldn't fall asleep, the phone is about to ring." That jolted me awake, and I turned to look at my phone lying on the floor. A few seconds later, it actually started ringing. The call came from a hidden number, which was unusual, especially so late at night on a school day. I was so stunned that I declined the call immediately. The caller never tried again. To this day, I wonder if it was just an odd coincidence or something else entirely. The last experience also involved a phone. I was asleep when the sound of ringing woke me up. At first, I couldn't tell where it was coming from. Panicked, I jumped out of bed and realized the noise was coming from a drawer where I kept random old things. I dug through it and found one of my old phones, which hadn't been used in years. It wasn't ringing but had an alarm going off. Confused, I turned it off and went back to bed, though I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, curiosity got the better of me, and I checked the phone again. That's when I noticed something even stranger. it didn't have a battery in it. I've heard that old electronics can sometimes store a small amount of energy, but I've never understood why this would happen in the middle of the night, or why it would trigger an alarm. I hadn't set one when I last used the phone, so why would it go off? These events from that year still stay with me. I don't know if they were purely coincidental or something more, but the memories remain vivid and unsettling. I can't recall my exact age when this happened, but based on which bedroom I was sleeping in at the time, I must have been between 9 and 12 years old. I've wanted to share this story for years, but the truth is, I've struggled to gather the courage to revisit those memories. Even now, they terrify me. It began one summer night. I was lying in bed, deeply engrossed in a Sweet Valley High novel, when suddenly my bed started shaking. A deep, overwhelming dread washed over me. I had never felt fear like that before. Even now, thinking back, it gives me goosebumps. The entire mattress shook, not just the end or a corner, but the whole thing. I was frozen in terror, cold sweat dripping down my back, a shiver running through me. It was then I realized that these weren't just expressions to describe fear, they were real, physical sensations. After what felt like an eternity, I finally mustered the courage to jump out of bed. I turned on every lamp in my room, even though it was still summer and not entirely dark outside. I stood there staring at the bed, waiting for it to move again, but it didn't. Desperate to push through my fear, I lay back down, but within seconds, the shaking resumed. Terrified, I crept out of my room and into one of my sister's beds, staying with her for the night. The days blurred together after that. I became perpetually tired, constantly dreading bedtime. I started finding excuses to avoid my room altogether. One night, I convinced my stepfather to stay out fishing with me until 2 a.m. He thought I just loved fishing, but in truth, I was avoiding going back to my bedroom. Sometimes, I managed to sneak into my sister's rooms to sleep, though I risked getting in trouble for making noise. Other nights, I slept outside in a tent or in one of our summer cabins. Nowhere else felt as threatening as my room. Whenever I tried to tell my family, they laughed it off. My oldest sister would mock me by shouting, "The Exorcist!" every time I mentioned it, referring to the infamous bed-shaking scene from the movie. No one believed me. Everything changed when my cousin came to visit. She stayed with me for over a week, sleeping on a mattress on my bedroom floor. When she left, I decided to sleep on the mattress instead of my bed, and for the first time in months, I felt some relief. The oppressive sense of being watched never left, but at least the bed shaking stopped. I finally started getting some rest. Unfortunately, my mother eventually got fed up with me keeping the mattress in my room and made me put it away. By then, it was autumn, and I had no choice but to return to my bed. That's when the nightmare resumed. One night, I sneaked into another sister's bed, hoping for some reprieve. She was annoyed with me by then, as my constant intrusions risked getting her in trouble too. But then, her bed started shaking. She turned to me, wide-eyed, and whispered that she felt it too. At that moment, I was more relieved than scared. Finally, someone believed me. After months of feeling alone in my fear, someone else had experienced it. A couple of weeks later, I visited my grandmother and told her everything. She was familiar with the paranormal and didn't dismiss my story. Instead, she advised me to place a Bible under my pillow. Our family wasn't religious, so I couldn't find a Bible, but I did find a small book of Psalms. I placed it under my pillow that night, terrified that it might anger whatever was haunting me. To my astonishment, the activity stopped completely. The shaking never happened again. To this day, I don't know what caused it or why it stopped. Did the book drive it away, or was it something else? All I know is that I was relieved it was over. Whatever it was, I hope it stays gone. The land I grew up on is full of history, with artifacts found in the area dating back to the Iron Age. Because it's in northern Sweden, where much of the land was once covered in ice, there haven't been major excavations. My siblings and I often found little pieces of the past while playing or working on the farm. Old coins, bits of pottery, pieces of walls, even shoes. It became normal to stumble upon these things. My mom has a collection of old cowbells she found in the fields, ranging from large ones the size of milk bottles to tiny ones no bigger than a thimble. The land seemed to carry the weight of its history, almost as if it radiated the hard work of the people who had lived there for centuries. Among all the strange and unexplained events that happened on the property, the cabin holds the most vivid memories for me. This 2-story timber house was once the main building of our farm but had been sold and moved a few hundred meters into the woods. When I was about 8 years old, my mom managed to buy it back. It had been painted red and partly renovated, though the new bathroom had been left unfinished. We loved the cabin and spent many summer nights there, but it always felt a little unsettling. Whenever you were alone, it felt like someone was standing right behind you, watching. One of the first strange things I experienced happened when my older sister and I were sleeping in a pull-out wooden bed on the ground floor. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of a woman sobbing. Still half asleep, I didn't think much of it and pulled the blanket over my head. The next morning, my sister told me she had heard something too, a woman singing or humming a lullaby. It was eerie but also intriguing. We wondered who might have lived there before us. Another time, my sister, 2 cousins, and I were staying in the upstairs loft. We were having a great time when we suddenly heard someone downstairs. The front door slammed open, followed by heavy footsteps, like a man in work boots, moving through the hallway and into the living room. We froze. My sister called out loudly, pretending there was an adult with us. "Dad, did you hear that? I think someone's downstairs." The footsteps stopped, and everything went silent. We stayed awake until the early morning light before gathering the courage to investigate. When we finally went downstairs, we found the door still locked and no sign of anyone. There was no way for someone to get in or out without us hearing. Later that summer, the same thing happened to my sisters and their friends. Years later, my sister and I decided to spend a few weeks living in the cabin as a sort of practice for living on our own. We had a great time building a treehouse and clearing a small stream near the cabin. One day, after burning some porridge, we left the pot to soak on the porch and went back to the main house for supplies. We returned late that night, laughing and talking. As I put the key in the lock, we both froze. A chilling, overwhelming sense of dread washed over us, as if someone was waiting just inside. We couldn't see anyone through the door's windows, but the feeling was so strong it was impossible to ignore. Without saying a word, we backed away from the cabin, leaving the pots on the grass, and ran back to the main house as fast as we could. Neither of us could explain it, but we knew we couldn't go inside. We didn't return to the cabin for over a month. My mom was annoyed with us for not cleaning up, but we were too scared to tell her what had happened. Over time, we learned more about the cabin's history. One of the saddest stories my mom shared was about a family who had lived there long ago and lost all their children in a single year. As someone expecting my first child now, I can't imagine their pain. Thinking back to the sobbing I heard that night, I wonder if it could have been connected to their tragedy.